Chicago. Come lease a 2025 Ford.
Curious about a phone number you don't know? Use Intellius to find out who it is. Many people are unaware this simple, yet powerful. Can you coax your mind from its wondering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple?
Y'all are more submission to the government. Y'all are y'all don't even want us. Y'all don't.
Inner vision until you see nothing but the light. Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting step back from your own mind and thus understand all things, giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes a wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is
traders. Tasty Effects has arrived. Get up to $10,000 when you start trading. Never pay.
So this will be our last page for tonight. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Imagine without an image. Subtle beyond all conception. Approach it and there's no beginning. Follow it and at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There's no way to describe it. All we can describe is their ignorance. They were careful as someone crossing an ice-covered stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mind settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment, not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. I think that one was a really good one to end on. That was probably my other favorite one. Well, I hope you enjoyed Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. We'll pick up from there shortly after. But I hope you could enjoy this book. Good night, you sleep. पञ्चविधं पयोदधियुतं ब्रह्माफलं पानकम् शाकानामयतं जलं रुचिकरम् कर्पूरखण्डोज्ज्वलम् Why so? Because the world exists not for itself. It can and will live on.
It was like over $5 now.
The wise
I won't charge you that much.
There you go.
You know what I use? I use MCT powder. No, I'm serious. MCT coconut powder. It's so good.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
know, good. I know it's good, but come on, cream, real cream.
fulfillment find in being an unselfish man. The highest goodness, water like, does good to everything and goes.
You know me?
Murmuring to places men despise, but so is close to nature.
Mm-hmm. I'll take it.
Opposite from the lamp, or the good of the mind is its depth. Good love is the virtue
I think
of
you're
friendship.
focusing on what you are thinking is true, and if you think about it rationally and
Once taught
logically, it's you are in your head and you are placing a position on something you're believing in. So yeah, think about it. It's you, and you are in control of your emotions and your thoughts. It's look in the mirror, man. It's you, bro.
Jesse, did you have a little thought about this if you listened long enough?
and peace is the goal of the way.
I'm not really listening, man. Okay, Siam, final thought.
Quick question. What denomination of Christianity are you?
Non-denomination, just Protestant, non-denominational. Like the goal is to follow like the first century church, like what you read in the New Testament, the Bible, the Book of Acts, as closely as possible. My beliefs, and I think most people's beliefs, even if they are no denomination,
Okay,
is
that's fine.
you don't need to add a lot of man-made stuff on top of it. What you see in the Bible is good. Let's do that.
Okay, cool. Then regarding what it says in the Bible, what attributes do you what properties do you attribute to your God?
Oh gosh,
Like, for
I'm just-
example, is he omniscient? Is he omnipotent?
Yeah. I'm just gonna have to say this and run because we don't have time. But if you come back tomorrow, I'd love to get into this. Yeah, generally speaking, he is omniscient. He is
By which no one ever goes astray.
Did you amazing?
Stop in time. Sharpen it to a point. The edge won't last forever.
So I just didn't want you to confuse the term democracy with the Democratic Party. It just happens to be that the Democratic Party has that name.
And I was
doesn't mean
referring
that-
to what you
Yeah.
just said about the U.S. You support the countries to promote democracy. I thought that was
Absolutely.
calling
Yeah,
out.
that's one of the, that is correct. So democracy is one of America's values, and we do support democracy. And by the way, when a nation may be less democratic, say like Serbia was, or Russia for that matter, after the fall of the Soviet.
You understand that
For
it's
example,
2025.
you're having the thing again where you didn't let the other person finish. And see, in this country, again, which you've never visited, we have certain principles of conversation, and one of them is you let the other person finish. You starting to get it? Excellent. So yes, we do support. One of our big interests is to support the promotion of democracy in other nations. It's not our exclusive interest, but it is one of the things we do. Say
Okay,
again.
but look at the 2025. Look at the allies of the United States.
Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, Putin happens to be one of the allies now. Zelensky is a dictator, but Saddam
I'm not sure what you mean mean by, I don't know what you mean by how you would define
I
an
thought you're not
ally.
supposed to interrupt me. I thought you're living in civilized countries, but anyway.
Right, but you see, I'm moderating a conversation, and I'm trying to help you get it right, if you don't mind. Because you're asking questions, so we're gonna try to refine the question. So we do support countries to become more democratic. Not, Saudi Arabia is a good example because we have, our official position is to support American values such as equality between the sexes or genders and freedom, right?
There's no financial donation from United States to Saudi. It's actually quite opposite. Countries like Egypt.
No, I wasn't saying that there was a financial donation of the United States. You brought up Saudi, not me.
Yeah. Okay, so the countries like Egypt, which received
Yes.
like billions of dollars from the United States,
Yes.
last time I checked, there was no.
That was to fight Islamic
Yeah,
extremism
but that's
from the
not
Muslim Brotherhood.
democracy, sir. That's not.
Well, so, okay, again, so you another, so I understand it's not democracy. I understand it's not democracy, but in this case, it is also in the interest of the United States to combat a sort of a Nazi-like ideology known as jihadism, which wants to take over the world and subjugate people. Right? So wait, so when we support the government in Egypt, it is because of the threat of jihadism from the previous government. You might have heard of this guy's name is Morsi, I believe, and he was a Muslim Brotherhood guy. What's that? You heard of him?
Yeah, it's not
Because I know you're not from that part of the world or anything. So again,
No,
any questions you have. No, you're not of that part of the world.
I'm from Brooklyn. Go on, sir.
Okay, yeah, and I'm from Tehran. Exactly.
So at least you're closer to
Yeah,
Cairo.
in fact, I'm from District 1 in Tehran, which if you knew anything about...
I don't think you're that
No, I'm
much,
from
but
District 1. Wait a second. No, wait, this is not personal. We're just having a chat here. So I'm from District 1 in Tehran, which I can teach you a little bit about
I
Tehran.
got it. You're not that rich, but anyway.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, hang on a second now. Hang on. In District 1, we wait for the other person to finish, right? So I'm from District 1 in Tehran, which I guess you don't know much about the country, but it's sort of a fancy district. But and by the way, I can tell you that the people of District 1 are horrified by the genocide of the current government of Iran. I gotta let you know that.
Egypt, please.
Well, we're talking about Iran though for a second, because it has been universally decried as a genocidal regime that oppresses its own people and supports terrorism around the world. In fact, Iran has been exposed as being the #1 terrorism supporter around the world, which is sort of horrifying.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Speaking of jihadi in Egypt now, I mean, is it the same kind of jihadi groups that the United States supported in the 80s to fight the Soviet Union? I mean, there were jihadis.
I'm not really, I'm not sure we can, I know, what I'm saying is that I'm trying to see the comparison. Maybe we can talk about it.
You're saying that the United States were fighting with jihadism, but it happens to be
Yes, that's true.
jihadi groups the United States actually supported in the 80s to fight the Soviet Union.
I don't know, I guess what you think.
Well, you don't know because you're not.
I understand that, so maybe, hang on, I want to answer your question. So, I guess you're saying there may be a bit of what do you call it, an ironic development, and I do believe that history can sometimes be ironic. But I'm sure your point is not to point out irony, I'm sure you have a point to make. So go ahead.
Yeah, the point is very clear.
Yes,
I mean, it's
yes.
not about promoting democracy.
Okay, I'm waiting to hear the
National
point.
interest. At one point,
No, you're wrong about that. Okay, all right, so wait, hang on, I got your point. So, do you not understand that the United States promotes democracy around the world, or do you dispute it?
No, I'm not disputing that promoting democracy is a good thing.
Right, okay, then we agree.
I'm not
Then we agree, okay, so that's not your point.
United States is doing quite opposite, actually.
They no longer do that. They used to do that.
Oh, okay. When did they stop? When did they stop?
Hey, just stop, Al. There's no more allies. What are you fucking talking about, Al? Wake up, dude.
I'll just do it in less than 1 minute. I've got many examples of the United States not only promote democracy, they actually imposed a dictator. Iran, 1952. Iran's democratically elected prime minister.
I don't know. I don't want to make a hang on a second. I don't want to make a trip down memory lane. I was just giving you an example. Not everything that the United States supports is obvious democratic. That would be impossible. In fact, as I mentioned before, and I can understand that you missed this because, again, this is not in your tongue, not in your language. When there are countries that aren't democratic, the United States promotes democracy for them to become more democratic, as we do with Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Well, you can dispute that.
Which branch of the government does that, Norm? Which branch of government is responsible for doing that?
Well, I'm
Is it USAID?
Well, okay, but you know what, that's a great example.
Too bad Trump fucking gutted it, eh?
How do you evaluate the democracy progress?
Well, you look at things like equality among the sexes. You look at press freedom. You look at
FDD, sir, Foundation of Defense of Democracy, which you're
Yeah.
actually a member of, right? Because you keep,
I'm a member of what?
FDD.
No. You mean the floral transportation
No, I'm talking
delivery?
about the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, which is a
Okay.
Democon think
You asked me
tank,
if-
very active on the very same app.
Okay.
And they have members,
I-
actually.
yeah, okay, I mean-
Members of the agents.
Okay, were you asking me if I'm a member?
Elaborate further for you, or that's enough?
I'm trying to figure out if you have
Enough for you for today, but move on. Make a case.
I'm trying to figure out if you have a point. When you
It's
asked
very
me,
clear. It's not
well,
about
wait, hang on a
promoting
second, you
democracy.
interrupted
It's
again.
about the
Hang on.
US
You're gonna get, I'm telling you, you're gonna get this. You're gonna get this. So, you asked if I was a member of FTD. The answer is no, I'm not a member of FTD.
Okay.
Okay, the Foundation for the Support of Democracies, or whatever that is. I'm not sure why you asked that.
Defense.
The Defense of Democracies, yeah.
Yeah.
So are you
Defense of
opposed
Democracy,
to,
FDD.
maybe we should clarify, are you opposed to
That's not a,
democracy?
by the non-government, it's one of those lobbies that we want to call out.
You think it's a lobby?
Yeah, well, it's pretty much is a think tank providing some sort of.
Oh, it's a think tank, it's not a lobby.
Yeah, well, it's funded by the lobbies, by the Zionists.
It's funded by, if it's not a lobby, it's funded, and you know the
There's the same
town.
problem that we were talking about initially.
So there's a problem.
That you're trying to play down the role of the foreign lobbies.
No, I'm not trying to play down, I'm trying to clarify it. I'm trying to clarify it. So, you said it was a lobby, and then when I pushed you to be more honest, you said, well, it's supported by lobbies.
Well,
It's a non-governmental organization.
Can I answer your question?
Oh, I thought you didn't know about FTD.
Sure.
You have all.
No, you said this. You said it was supported by lobbies. I'm just repeating exactly what you said.
You're going off on it to detail, but can I say something generally about the supporting of democracy? I think ideally, yeah, that sounds beautiful, it sounds awesome, but that's the whole thing about foreign entanglements, because they are a ball of string. We find ourselves supporting both sides of wars. We find ourselves with politicians and people and powerful interests in the United States getting kickbacks and actually profiting off the death of people. So the ideal of supporting quote democracies is laughably naive. So that's why, and it's not true that the United States just supports democracies. What is true is we elect a president.
I agree, but it's not bad. By the way, nobody said that the U.S.
Based on the mood of the people, will do less or more promoting a quote democracy around the world. So I think, this is one of the reasons Trump was elected, is because the absolute horror show that has been made with not a lot of people in powerful positions that are actually not interested in the United States at all, but interested in getting a lot of money, kickbacks. We saw Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and others talk about the benefits of the United States, contractors and their, with say on shares when we killed, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. So I would just cool it about America promoting democracy. That's kindergarten.
Well, I'm not going to cool it, but I will
It's
accept
just
your.
not true. It is horror.
Well,
It's absolute horror around the world.
Like most things in life, it's a mixed bag.
No, it's a logic of failure. It's called the logic of failure. When you try to engineer and interfere in human societies, that's what the elite means. And they are imposers. They are imposers of their will, imposing of their will onto other. We do not get to allow ourselves to foreign countries.
I made a point that the United States promotes democracy. I never said it exclusively promotes democracy.
It doesn't even try anymore.
I think it does.
No, it tries to promote self-interest, and it really is.
It also promotes self-interest. It's both and. In fact, I would say it is in the self-interest of the United States to promote democracy. So self-interest and democracy overlap.
No, what's happening is companies it's about markets. The whole thing about where soldiers don't tread, where markets are open. But that's true. But it has led to a bunch of a cloud of what do you call it? Unintended consequences, because it is the elite. Grab back to Plato's Republic. If you're smart enough and you've gotten yourself above the crowd enough. Now you need to worry about, shaping people's lives and making the world better and all that. That includes other countries. A lot of our interests in the United States are just too big for one country. So that's why we're interested in Asia. We're interested in the Middle East. We're interested in Ukraine. All it's doing is creating resentment. And where those people come back years later and become the mortal enemy of the United States. And it just goes, the tanglements go on and on and on. And meanwhile, people profit off of it. So to say that little nice little kindergarten slogan about we promote democracy is going to end us. It really is going to end us. So that's what we need to stop.
True, just because we sometimes don't live up to our ideals. That's the human condition.
And I know, but the human condition is it's like going into the Everglades and saying, let's get rid of this pesky mosquito here and get rid of this. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're finding out. Is you can't go in as a quote elite engineer and you need to let people live their own societies and if they want to become democracy, start from a distance. Just show us as an example. But going in like we've done with Iran and with Italy right after World War II, where and Russia, gangs to the rescue. Remember that with Yeltsin? We are more involved in other countries than we are in North Carolina or in fires in LA or anything like that. We have a group of people that have grand worldwide visions. We want to be the leader of the free world, not the leader of America. So that's
and we are. Let's be honest, we are.
No, I know, but we're making a mess. We're making a mess.
I mean, you as an American citizen, you certainly have the right to express that opinion. And in some ways, I'm sure you're right.
Yeah, but ideally, I do think it's a nice ideal, but it's just we have too many corrupt politicians where we can't untangle whether they made a mistake or the fact that they really didn't mean to be a multi-deca-millionaire now. So it's like, they make mistakes, then they keep getting tens of millions of dollars. They sure are making, really getting a lot of money for making a whole lot of, unforced errors. So it looks like we have people who are on purpose messing up other countries to get kickbacks.
I was going to say, it's called doing well by doing good.
I get my America has any enemies, Jack. Actually, quite contrary.
Yeah, we do, but we make enemies too. We got to be extremely careful, messing with other countries.
No, United States position is very clear when it comes to 2019 about promotion of so-called democracy. We saw that Mike Pompeo was literally shake hands with the foreign minister of
You mean Mike Pompeo?
Yeah, in Doha. We saw that what happened.
What was he trying to say something about? Who was the guy who was so regime of Taliban in Afghanistan?
You're talking about Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of Defense.
That was not promo. That was actually quite contrary. We had an election, we had democracy in Afghanistan, and
who is we in that
what
sense,
United
by the way?
States won.
The
We actually killed Taliban in Afghanistan. Take another
Wait, hang on. You just said we. What do you mean by we?
international community.
Oh, okay. Which community
The-
do you
the-
represent?
The pluralism of
Global South.
the pluralism, Eleanor, that Obama speaks about pluralism.
Oh, that's an interesting term. So let's go further with pluralism from Obama. What did you want to say about that?
I
Can I
just
make a quick point about
hold
Obama?
on, I am
posted-
speaking,
Oh, sorry.
please, Samia. I
Okay,
think
sorry.
that Soren is an agent of the IRGC. He's causing a big problem here on Clone House, and he's always talking. He sounds like neurotic person who can't stop talking all the time about this podcast. It is so pathetic. Get a life. Do something with yourself. Clubhouse is not a career. Clown House is not a job. Do something with yourself, Soren, Puria. You're a loser, and everyone really thinks you're. Oh, he left.
So he's a foreign agent?
He had to register with the International Agency of Foreign Agents for Iran. He is an
Really?
IRGC paid supporter. He thinks he's doing something by talking about the news clips 24/7.
Really? I didn't know this. Is there any evidence of this?
I googled it. What does a monkey look like when it puts on lipstick and works for Iranian Islamic militants? Puria came up from Grok 3.0, and the 4.0 Grok It showed him not just as a monkey, but as a dragon.
Okay. We should have talked. You check
Oh my God.
Oh, resistance is here. I also googled resistance and a devil came up.
Really? Was the devil with the face of a pig?
It
Was
said
the
he
devil
was
with
a.
the face of a
It
pig?
said that he is living on Social Security disability in a rent
Oh my God.
subsidized apartment in the Upper East Side.
Really?
He's
I thought
all,
he lived in a housing
he was
project.
also found guilty of attacking an innocent Jewish man in the street. He is a complete and total piece of shit.
He is? Oh my gosh, thank you for thank you for notifying the community. That's something I think we all need to know. I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment, Jack or everyone else. Someone mentioned Obama. I posted an article in the chat. It's about when Gaddafi was killed. Putin was really disgusted with that, and apparently it's his worst fear that something like that would happen to him. And maybe that could be why he even invaded. Maybe was funny. Maybe that's why he invaded Ukraine. In terms of he didn't want like there to be rebels in his own country that go and try to kill him or something like that. So, anyways, I posted an article in the chat and how terrible the Libya thing was. But I could be wrong, but I see so many Iranians on here, and a lot of them, to be fair, live in the diaspora, but they want American intervention. Like, what do you do with countries that? And Jack, like, if you can respond to this too, like, what about countries that want American intervention? You just seen Zelensky in the White House asking for it. So this whole idea that no one wants America and hates America, it's not true because clearly a lot of countries want America's intervention. What do you do?
They want our money. Duh. Zelensky
Yeah.
wants $100 billion.
Military. Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like with Jack, I understand his view, but there's a lot of people that think, oh, America's just interfering and no one wants them and they hate him and stuff. They hate them to interfere, but it's not true. They do exactly. They want their money exactly.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
I mean, unfortunately, wherever there's money, there's going to be greed, and wherever there's money in politicians, there's going to be and power concentrated. There's going to be some corruption. It seems inevitable in a free society, and it should be, I think, monitored and minimized. It doesn't mean I don't believe in democratic values. It just means we have to, as a person who's like spent his life and is trained as a journalist and made my career most of my life as a journalist and then as a filmmaker, I can tell you I always believed in the power of the press to expose wrongdoing in powerful institutions. Although the equation has changed a lot in recent years because of social media, which is kind of unfiltered. And so now we have a lot of different kinds of information competing for our attention, and some of it is reliable and some of it is pure baloney. So it doesn't mean we give up on the institution. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Why is the USA founded like journalists more neutral or something like more convincing?
Why is USAID what?
More reliable. I mean, why is USAID funded journalists? It's more.
Why
like,
did they fund a journalist? They funded a journalist who.
I mean, the journalist.
Yeah.
I mean, the journalist. They funded.
Yeah. Oh, you mean funded, right? Yeah. So USAID pays for American journalists to go abroad and teach democratic media principles, such as a free press, which a place like Serbia, in my case, didn't have.
So they are biased.
Well, they just didn't have our democratic First Amendment model of a free press.
So that means if you say something that the rulers and the leaders do not like, they can arrest you and imprison you for practicing journalism and the freedom of speech?
Yes, I'm afraid that's true, ma'am.
you guys realize that it's getting really bad even in Europe with social media specifically. Rory Stewart, this guy who he's not a guy, he's a former politician who does a podcast. He got into a fight with Vance too on Twitter, but he also just had a podcast where he wants the Twitter actually or X whatever banned because he's saying it's used to promote far right governments and so on in all of Europe. He really hates Elon and wants the whole platform just banned. So, to what extent should they have power is what is confusing. I don't know, but don't you think the Democrats and especially Obama when he came in, they use social media too? Is it only allowed when the left uses it?
In the last month, right, DEI has been banned, literally directly preventing free speech. Companies can no longer, say things, or they'll have funding, or they'll have their funding pulled from them. The Associated Press was banned from the White House, and Trump has said that if the media says things that he doesn't like, he's going to ban them from the White House. Again, like a total ban on freedom of speech. I believe there are states in America that have banned pride flags from from being seen in public. What else? I mean, that's just all that's coming to mind in the last month. But I mean, Trump is continually attacking free speech. Elon Musk got in an argument with somebody who called him a bad video gamer, and he banned that person from Twitter because he was offended that he got called a bad video gamer. So when you tell me America is this haven of free speech and the left are the only ones who get free speech, that's fucking delusional.
No, I was referring to Rory's from the UK, so he's actually asking for it to be banned specifically in the UK. But yeah, I do think Trump has always had a war with the press. I would agree with you on that. Actually, isn't he the one that said fake news, just basically doubting news altogether?
But Yara, isn't the rainbow flag also delusional? Like, why do we spend 30 days out of every 12 months worshipping homosexuals instead of our veterans? Why do we, why do we have the EI policy? Why are we hiring not based on character and experience and knowledge, and instead we are hiring on racial bias for political racial identity politics? I don't understand. Aren't you the delusional one?
Yeah, no, so you're clearly not a hiring manager. You probably don't work in HR. You don't work with DEI policies, so you don't understand how they work. Because what you're saying isn't how DEI policies work. We don't just hire people because they're black to reach some sort of quota. In fact, in the country I'm from, that's illegal. It's always been illegal, even though we have DEI policies in Canada, and we have the freedom to still do DEI in Canada, unlike in America. It's just a super silly thing. Also, worshipping homosexuality, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It doesn't even, I don't know why you would be so offended at that and why you chose to call it worshipping. It sounds to me like you're the one who's a little bit insecure. If other people want to celebrate homosexuality, let them. How does the fuck does that affect you in any way? And I thought you just said you supported freedom of speech, but now you're complaining that people are celebrating their homosexuality.
Could we just take a minute, please? I don't celebrate homosexuality. First, anybody can join in if you care to. God bless homosexuality. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I'm finished.
Amazing.
I'm just saying, when I go to the ATM to withdraw my US dollars in cash, everything is gay, and I don't understand what are we celebrating? Like the right to orgasm? What makes someone gay? I was once happy.
Do you actually want me to explain it? The reason that we celebrate it is because in America, gay people were lynched. They were hung. For a while, it was illegal to be gay, right? This is a community that was extremely oppressed. It's the same thing we celebrate that.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say, I hope I don't offend you here, but it's the same reason that we discuss the Holocaust every year.
Sure. Gay, Holocaust, all the same thing in the end.
Didn't Hitler also kill the gays, Norm? Come on.
Well, yeah, he definitely did. He made them wear pink.
There you go.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the point is that if we really believe in freedom of speech, I should be able to speak out against gay behavior and gay imaging because they are trying to brainwash my children into also making them gay. Have you not seen these radical leftists? Everything is we will take your children and make them our gay sex slaves.
I can't take him seriously. This guy's a troll. I'm sorry. I'm
He's
sorry.
trolling.
It's obviously a troll. I can't.
Yeah, I don't know why you were gonna. I thought you didn't notice. It's okay.
Looking at the picture now, and yeah, and the voice, yeah, my bad, guys.
But you know what's strange, Jarl, right? Joe Rogan believes that Canada is the country that has free speech issues, and this is ridiculous because you might not be a fan of Justin Trudeau. I really like him, but he has people literally going up to his face, attacking him, insulting him. They say whatever they want about him in the public, call him a narcissist, say he's he's the son of Castro, but basically insulting his mother and her mental health as well, and like just the most deplorable things you could think of. And he's never really shut any of them down, including Jordan Wilcox. Wilcox Peterson is a trader who, decided, Dr. Jordan Peterson, to go to live in America because he doesn't want to live in Canada anymore. So Joe Rogan, who talks to Jordan Peterson a lot, believes that Canada is the country that has free speech. What would you say to that, Jarl?
Sure. So, if I'm being honest, like I think both Canada and America have very similar levels of free speech. In Canada, it's introduced the Charter of Freedoms. We usually refer to it as freedom of expression. So some Americans actually think we don't have free speech because they don't understand freedom of expression as the same thing. But I mean, like in both countries, right? You'll have cases where I don't know, someone gets sued for defamation, and then people say there's no such thing as free speech. But it's very similar. There are defamation laws here. There's certain laws around speech. You can't yell fire in a theater. But for the most part, I think Canada and the U.S. are quite similar when it comes to free speech. Although with Trump, I'm a bit worried for you guys.
Why you guys always thinking free speech is equivalent to blaming your leaders?
But
It's really weird.
Exactly.
But Yarrow, we want to talk about the immigration and the illegal aliens. If we cannot talk about this and we are censored, then what is the point of freedom of speech? If you are a patriot and a nationalist and you don't believe that millions of illegal aliens should come into your country to take over your cities and provide them with social services, and you are censored and called a right, an extremist on the right, why is that? Why are they doing this to proud Americans who want to support their country and believe in its destiny and in the rule of law? Why do they censor people who only want the government to carry out the law and the will of the voters, the people? We the people.
Amen.
Let me give an example of a real freedom of speech.
Sasha, this is my new Poria voice.
In the Supreme Court, you need 9-0 that they pass a law banning. The TikTok has the algorithm to push the real popular videos and stuff to everyone. See, their algorithm is that they publish to a small circle, and if it's popular in this circle, and then you push to a bigger pool, and then even bigger pool, and no one can control what's going to be hit. But I think that's the true democracy, but it is getting bad.
The truth is that if Kamala Harris had won the presidency, she would have gotten X deleted from the Google App Store and the Apple Store, and we would have total blockage, total censorship. No one would have been able to speak out against the government's policies or decision making, and only because of Elon Musk do we have freedom of speech. Without Elon, we would all be slaves to the Democrat, Nazi, fascist terrorists.
killed the room, Sasha. Like everybody left.
I had a experience.
That's interesting that you say that. Amin, are you from Iran?
Yes, I am from Tehran.
Oh, amazing. So, do you want the government overthrown in your country?
No, I want peace. I do not want war.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I wonder if he's pretty old, the Ayatollah, how do you say it, right?
She's so stupid.
What if he were to, not like in a bad way, just pass like normal person does, and then, someone else comes in and can start doing slow changes, maybe his son or something, and then, would people be happy with that, or they want to overthrow
No.
violence?
The people want fair and open elections to choose someone from the people, not a patrilineal line from one religious extremist leader to another. We want democracy. We want representative republic. We want a parliament. We want freedom.
So you're not part of the group that wants Pahlavi to come in? What do you think of him?
No, I do not want him. I want peace. I do not want war.
Okay, I really like Iranian people. I hope you get what you supposed to get.
Thank you. I hope one day you will come to Iran and I will cook you fasanjun. I will chop up watermelon. I will give you feta cheese and delicious walnuts from my garden. You will be so happy, Samia.
Okay, thank you. Oh my goodness. You're not related to Soren, are you?
He is actually my second cousin, and he is from the family of gypsies that we do not like. No one in our family likes Soren, aka Puria, because he gets paid by IRGC to come on Clown House for 60 hours a week or 80 hours a week. He has no job, no career, he's very neurotic, and he spends all his time citing no news articles here and arguing with El Normo. They both sound like psychotics. I think they both need a vacation and then they can come back and treat each other like real human beings and treat each other with respect.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you said it, they do go along with each other, them two. They do go to different rooms with each other.
It's almost like they are in the Bible, almost like maybe El Normo is Mordecai and Soren is Haman.
I think so.
You might say it's like history repeating itself over and over and over again in a never ending cycle of repetition.
Where one side is very religious and the other side is just I guess, liberal, maybe? And then it flips back and forth? Is that what you think?
No, Soren he's not a conservative and he is not even liberal. He is just propaganda agent. He's indifferent. He just wants to cause problems.
Oh, there's a lot of agents on here. I met a few Russian agents on here. So a lot of people think normal is Mossad, but that's not my business. I know I work for the FBI.
You work for FBI?
Yeah.
What
I
do
have
you,
high clearance.
what do you do for FBI?
I hunt down terrorists.
That is so exciting. I wish you great safety and success in your journey.
Thank you. I look like a terrorist, so it helps that I can go and find them too, because I look like them. So, anyways, it's Ramadan, so I'm gonna go. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Bye.
What is she a terrorist? Why is she going to worship Allah? Maybe we should report Samia to FBI. Maybe she was projecting that she is a terrorist and the FBI should deport her and investigate her.
Are you still in that room?
Yeah, but there's like, I got a problem here because there's like a hurricane warning right now, and it's like on the loudspeakers. I don't know what's about to come my way, but anyway, maybe it's just a test. So what else should I say to these people?
Dude, am I right that voice is from the audiobook?
My Iranian voice?
Yeah, so so the reason I left the room is I had to load up my audiobook that I have on my phone. It was an audiobook I listened to years ago, and the character's called, I think, Vashette or something, and she's like this that teaches the protagonist like this really crazy martial arts, and she talks like this all the time. Why do you try? Look at water. Be like water. Don't be like sand. Like it's all bullshit like that. Is that where you got the voice from?
I mean, that's my like Iranian voice. That's like me trying to impersonate an Iranian.
Oh, okay. It's exactly like the voice that from that audiobook. I thought it was pretty magnificent. In Tehran.
Jeez Louise.
But like, doesn't everyone know it's you?
Yeah, a lot of people do. I'm like the only one who actually does like alternate characters and trolls. And,
Yeah. They're just so fucking bored.
yeah.
That they know it's you, like making fun of them, but they want to participate in something.
Life is horribly boring.
In an exclusive interview with Samia.
Samaya.
Show, world premiere.
She's got health problems, but who doesn't? Welcome Hermes to the El Normo Buria show.
Is it the lady you were talking to?
Samaya,
Was Chris referencing the lady you were talking to in that last?
yeah. She had to run off for Ramadan. She's like a Somali. She lives in like Minnesota or something. It's just amazing how like predatorial men are. You know, if you get a young girl with a cute voice, it doesn't even like nothing matters. Like she is just like a candle, and men like want to talk to her because there's so many lonely men out there that have like no fucking female interaction in their life.
But you know what? This is a real thing. Like with the female voice, like you know when you listen to, well, I don't know about you, but for me, when I listen to radio, I always imagine that the female is beautiful. I don't know why. I have absolutely no idea why. And I don't think I'm a lonely guy. So, but it's an interesting like thing. But anyhow, that was a good performance. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, we have Resistance in the audience. He's a real class act, this guy. He's an absolute piece of shit.
Is he as unlikable as me?
Oh, this guy is maybe one of the like most unlikable people in New York City.
Hey, Resistance.
I just wanted to come and tell everyone to come to Columbia University today. The Israeli terrorists will be there speaking at the front gates. I'll be there by 6:30. So if anyone has any aggression and or any issue with me, they can meet me there.
Should I
A lot of closed there, so you won't be in fear of your life, like they always say. So just come.
Resistance, my great satisfaction in life is knowing that you're a loser and that like your whole life is essentially just.
You're a loser. I mean, come on.
I mean,
You have no wealth. You have no family.
You live in a government rent subsidized apartment. You're on here 80 hours a week.
In Manhattan, in Midtown, and I live in a beautiful condominium, and I'm doing very well for myself.
Really?
You go to these rallies where you just annoy the populace because of your.
No. Everyone knows my work at the rallies. I'm the guy who punched that terrorist
notorious Jew in the mouth.
Some innocent guy, just some random guy in the street. This is how his targeting works. He just attacks random people in the street. That's the targeting. Total criminal. He's a total criminal and a complete piece of shit. Resistance. Watch what's gonna. I'm gonna put you in the goo, and this is exactly what your life, the rest of your life is like. I mean, you just gotta get gooed all the time. Yeah, I'm sure they will be. I'm sure. Oh, they'll be under your boot. I'm sure they will be.
Yes, they will.
I'm sure they will be. Yeah, everybody's gonna want to hang out with you, because like everybody likes you, resistance. See, this is your problem, resistance, is that even if you are actually forming a resistance, if you want to get people to join your resistance, you actually have to make them happy. You have to get them to like you. And this is why you will always be the ultimate failure, and why you're the biggest loser in the room, the biggest sucker, the dumbest person in the world, because you don't even know psychology, because you've never even figured yourself out. And that's the truth. You're your own worst enemy. And I wish you well, but to even listen to your voice in this beautiful AM of mine, you would just ruin my day if I actually had to listen to you anymore. So I refuse to listen to your obnoxious voice, because you're a human piece of shit. Anyways, that's my opinion. You may not agree with that, but
It's interesting analyzing people's insult patterns. So resistance went for nobody likes you, you don't have good relationships, you don't have money or success. Yours is harder to pinpoint. Mine is usually about values.
Yeah, I know you always going about it. Zach, do you want to say anything? Or, I mean, I'll even bring resistance back up if he wants to continue his obnoxious bullshit. I would like to hear resistance try to say a prayer to the room or something positive. We could get him to say something positive.
I will not chime in. I'll use all my effort to be quiet.
So I also have another room open. It's called the El Normo Movie 2025. Zach is in there. Sarah is in there. Welcome, Sarah.
Buenos dias, cabrones.
Sorry, what was that, Sarah?
I was wondering where the original room was.
Oh, yeah, that was a public space. Welcome, Zach. Welcome.
Where is? Are you not there anymore? Oh, I see. It's Healthy Debates.
Oh, they moved to Healthy Debates?
Are you still there or no?
Let me go. Hold on.
Is that where you are or no?
No, that other room dissolved.
Oh, what happened? Somebody boomed it?
No, oh yeah, Healthy Debates is going. Let's go in there.
Something I never thought I would see, but it's amazing, and good for them that they're finally speaking up and seeing that the Democratic Party didn't do shit for them for the last, I don't know,
80 to 90 fucking years, haven't done nothing, haven't passed nothing for us as a fucking people. And I don't understand why my people are so brainwashed to just keep going with these fucking agendas.
Well, easy, let me say this, man, and this is another polarizing statement. The Democratic Party has curated a welfare state in America, like all these handouts and holding people down. Certainty, good morning, bro.
Good morning, JB. How you doing?
Man, you're here, so I must be doing something right. What's going on?
This guy's name is Sir.
Oh my God, no! I can tell it's gonna be a facetious prayer.
Breaking down the syllables.
So take these.
So I like the fact that you can redo that. I don't know if you guys are still talking about the Board of Education specifically, but I just found it polarizing when I saw that Mr. Weller, the individual who I think he put $100 million towards forming the Board of Education, stated that, America needs a nation of workers and not takers. And I think that's a really sad statement.
Yeah. Hold on.
Well, I think that the Department of Education has been a money pit for decades with unaccountability. It didn't matter whether it was a Democratic or Republican administration. I think Donald Trump said, you know what, enough, just enough. Christian, good morning, my friend. How you doing?
This fucking phone is not working.
Man, you're here. I'm happy. So talk to me. What do you think about come Tuesdays, silencing the school shmups, all these protesters? He's going to withhold federal funding. And by the way, for you people that don't know, they start deporting some of these people, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's great. I mean, I think again that
I can't click his profile.
low-hanging fruit, in my opinion.
Resistance has found a hole.
The big fish is the work visa. That's the big.
Isn't it this song, like this Free Palestine song is like terrible, isn't it?
Can you not make me a moderator either?
No, it's working. Hold on.
The money back and putting it into U.S. citizens' pockets. And when U.S. citizens have money.
All right, so I'm in the healthy debates room. El Normo, do you want to come up? Because I told Resistance.
Well, you're disingenuous. You said I could play the prayer.
Oh, you're free. That was the prayer?
Yeah. Well, would you mind modding me, Winston? Why do all of you Zionists first come here begging you for green people?
El Normo, I want to just alert you to Resistance. He said he'll be at Columbia University tonight on the attack.
Yes, Columbia University, 6:30 p.m. You'll have your.
Thank you.
Yeah, just FYI, be careful. He's a dangerous piece of shit, is what he is.
Really? He's not really dangerous. I tried to meet him the other night. He was making these weird terroristic threats. I mean, they're illegal. He was going to assault a rabbi, and he was going to come to a synagogue, and he was going to punch people in the mouth and punch people in the face, kick them in the wherever. I said, okay, let's meet up. Maybe we can talk this out. And at the appointed time, we were. Nashville was so scared, he called the NYPD on me, and he came on this. Hang on a second. At the appointed time, he was a no-show. He was literally in the toilet of a mosque. It was like you could hear it because you could hear the towers. It sounded like, I'm going to be there in a minute. And he was a no-show, so I was going up and down the park yelling, resistance. I took a picture of myself in the park. He doesn't even know where the park is to this day. Literally. He thought Washington Square Park was on 8th Street. I swore that it was. And then I think he was humiliated in that. So when you say watch out for money that people
are being paid, that money won't be going over to your church per se.
He reminds me of this guy from Clubhouse that I had some interactions with years ago. I think his name was Darren or Daryl, and he was like a fat black guy that
Darren, the comedian?
Yes, the comedian.
That fucking guy.
Yeah,
oh my fucking god.
Well, the reason Resistance reminds me of him is because he comes back for the abuse. Like you can put him in the goo, you can bring him up, you can.
I do that.
You can basically puppeteer him.
I'm addicted to dopamine. I like dopamine. So that's what it is.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you are a sadomasochist and you allow yourself to essentially have your brain rattled every day, you're really putting yourself in a big problem because you're always creating this equilibrium for yourself. And I'm just really interested in balance and in joy and positive vibrations.
Well, that's probably why I'm so anxious and unhappy.
I think the theory of shit in, shit out is true. You know, if you really work on essentially creating equanimity and balance in your life, you can, it just helps you. It's not like it changes anything per se. It just helps you make better decisions and be calmer, cooler, and collected in your communication. Listening to somebody like Resistance or Poria or any of these other people 7 days a week, I think is like a recipe for your own meltdown and disaster. You will not progress. They're technically holding you back by engaging with them. That's my opinion. But I spend a lot of time trying to do deep relaxation. I have many records and CDs on hypnosis. And it's so funny because they're so direct in terms of relaxation. Go deeper and deeper into the relaxation. Command yourself to relax now. Like that is the type of programming you need to do in the morning so you can accomplish, your tasks throughout the day. Listening to somebody like Resistance, who does not offer that type of communication, is.
Well, right. I don't choose to listen to him at this point. He's I think, irredeemable character. I wouldn't meet him, Norm. I would be scared of him. I would meet him in a public place like Washington Square Park, but I think that he is a dangerous person.
You hear that, Resistance? That's the type of goodwill
I
you want to
think
build with people?
he's only dangerous to his own mental health.
Have you ever been, Norm? Have you ever been beat up?
Well, when you grow up in New York, you have to go
Yeah.
fighting.
So you've been beaten by one man, or have you ever been beaten by a group of men? Like, have you ever been mugged by like men on the street?
In New York, in order to survive, you have to be situationally aware and not allow yourself to be overwhelmed. And I guess God has been kind to me, and I've been fortunate enough to not ever be in a situation where I could be overpowered by an angry mob or something like that. In other words, I'm careful, but I'm not afraid.
Right, you're a New Yorker, so you have New York awareness, but you've grown up with the awareness, and it's never failed you. Basically.
I don't want to tempt God.
Well, I don't want to tempt Sook, Norm. All I'm saying is, every guy who's ever beat the shit out of me sounded exactly like that fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
that's true. That's true.
That's all I'm saying. He sounds like the guys who robbed me in Chinatown.
I'm with Zach on this one. Don't beat that guy in real life.
Well, I try to. I said,
Norm, you're not taking advice from Zach.
Norm, meet me in real life. We'll have coffee. I'll take you around Portland. We'll go to Commercial Street. Meet John in real life. You have a beer and hang out with a big titty girl on his boat. Don't meet Resistance in real life. He'll lead you to a back alley and rob you.
You hear that, Resistance? That's what people think about you. It may be hard. You may like it or you may not like it, but that's the way I view you too. I just think you're a dangerous moron and you're annoying and low IQ and obnoxious.
And I don't think we should ever give in to bullies or loudmouths ever. And that's part of the problem.
I find that such an admirable perspective, but you know what? Earlier this year, I read this book that's called 5 Types of People That Can Ruin Your Life. And it's a book about high conflict personalities. And it says that 1 out of every 10 people is a high conflict personality. And it says that actually the most sensible way to interact with them, we should not let bullies win. We should not let bullies control governments. We should not let bullies commit terrorist attacks. But as far as individual bull street or like that particular raving homeless man, I think we should cross the street to avoid that guy. That's all I'm saying.
I feel like it's time to teach them a lesson, which he learned, by the way. He had his account canceled. Other people who were kind enough to have me in mind.
I wonder who that could have been who reported him 15 times. Who could that have been?
Thank you.
Yeah, cash in that pink ticket, Resistance, and join the meme movie 2025 house.
So many cops that the place was surrounded by police, and the notification went out on the Citizen app that there was a hate crime in progress. And of course, I brought my own backup in a variety of ways. So he was walking into a meat grinder, and he chose to go nowhere near the park. He never got anywhere near the park. And so he was afraid of the Jew. And I think it's good. I think it works as deterrence, frankly. I think we will be less inclined in the future to make the kinds of terroristic threats that he made, to attack Jews. I think we'll think twice.
Wait, how did it come that you were meeting him? Did he threaten to beat you up, or did you say you were going to meet for coffee?
He threatens to assault Jews.
But he's threatened to beat. He said he would snap my neck. He said he would kill me. Right, but I never said. But I never said. But I didn't say I'm calling your bluff. Let's meet this afternoon in the parking lot. Is that what you did?
I didn't say I'm calling your bluff. I said, fine, let's meet up. Let's get together. And I named the time and the place. It was 7 p.m. at Washington Square Park at the Fountain. And he not only did he show, but he was obviously someplace else inside, as he claimed to be in a mosque, which is possible because he could.
Were you on Clubhouse at the time or talking on the phone?
On Clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
At the time, in Amir's room.
And you said, I'm here at the park, where are you?
For half an hour walking up and down. And when it became clear that he wasn't going to go, it was like my birthday. I mean, it was like, I felt like the best thing for this day of my life. You cannot bow down to tyranny, or Jew haters, or bullies. Because this gets us into situations like not to draw a parallel, but there is a parallel, like we're in the Middle East now, where they say, okay, we're going to take your children, and now we want you to trade children for people who have 20 life sentences in jail. And we go, okay. And say, by the way, we want 100 of them for this one child. And we go, okay.
If you met this dude, Norm, sorry to cut you off a little bit. If you met this dude, would you greet him with a handshake and a smile, or would it be a stare down?
I don't know what he would do, but I'd offer to buy him a cup of coffee. That's what I told him. Let's have a nice cup of tea.
Be congenial, like at the get-go.
Of course.
See, Resistance, what would be nice is if you could accept the coffee and then flip open Clown House and then actually, create a podcast or a show with El Normal. That would be a successful thing to do.
I'm a big guy, and I'm a big Second Amendment guy, and I have a lot of friends. So I wouldn't just sort of wade into a situation
FYI, he's in another room listening to this conversation. I think that if the two of you could get into like a studio, like a typical radio studio, and film a conversation between the two of you on camera, like that would actually be useful and interesting.
Would have to be behind him with a muzzle. Somebody would have to be behind him with an oven mitt.
No, you would,
his mouth,
Zach.
ready to clap it down on his mouth.
There would be a moderator, and you would just mute him, and he could be screaming, and it would be like that television show from the.
In their own studios,
yeah.
Mutable. That changes everything.
But if it's in person, you would need bodyguards.
And you need an oven mitt mouth clapper, with an oven mitt. Yeah.
Ways otherwise.
That nigga wildin'.
See, actually, I think what people.
Please. And don't be afraid of loudmouth bullies and a-holes who go around threatening to hurt Jews. Do not be afraid of them. Remove them from the equation by all legal means.
I gotta say, it really does remind me of somebody who wants attention, and so they create as much noise and as much friction and as much color as humanly possible to get all eyes on you. And I think that's what. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna say, I know plenty of 8-year-olds that act exactly that way. It is totally like it's a neglected by dad, early childhood kind of 8 to 10-year-old schoolyard behavior. Armpit farting, that type of thing.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick? I see Randy's in the audience. Randy, Lou invites me up on the stages to troll everyone and say offensive shit, and I was trolling you yesterday in case you were and I think you took me way too seriously.
Randy got trolled. Randy got pepe'd. Randy, you might not have known it, but you just
See, the big difference between Pee-Pee and Resistance is that, they may both be Jew haters, but I would, gladly meet Pee-Pee because I don't think he's a dangerous person, nor is he a threat. Yeah, I don't think Pee-Pee's gonna, kill me. I mean, I think he's just gonna be like, oh, hey, you're that fucking loser from Clubhouse. And I'd be like, you're that fucking loser from Clubhouse. And then,
I would really like Pepe if you hung out with him.
I'm sure he's a cool fun. He'd be fun to go out with. The point is, Resistance would not be fun to go out with. Resistance would be I don't know. Maybe Resistance would be a great wingman, but if you had to hear his opinions on things while you're drinking a Guinness, you'd be like, "What did you just say? Holy shit, you are one toxic human being."
This is not a regular person. This is just a sort of a hate
and
This is your roast
violence
resistance.
on legs. There's nothing serious. I've never heard anything serious or even very human come out of his mouth. He is just pure aggressive violence. And as such, without any real intelligence behind it, he is, I would say, easily neutralized as a threat. And I think it's, go ahead.
I'm not a huge fan of psychiatry. I think there's other modalities of therapy that can be more useful, like going to the gym and reading a book. But unfortunately, we can't force people to take their fat asses to the gym and force them to read books to essentially make them intelligent, well-balanced people. But I gotta say, like lobotomies, I could understand in the 20s and the 30s why you might actually lobotomize people.
You know what is I figured out recently, like you can't say to everybody.
What other room can you listen to this from, man?
I actually think Resistance.
Take your pick.
He's just a highly offensive troll. I've said like I can say like the most fucked up shit to him, like in the foundational Latin Americans rooms, and he doesn't seem to care. Like he's just it's fun to like say highly offensive and mean shit.
Yeah, but saying you're gonna snap someone's neck and shit is a bit weird as well.
Was Resistance who you were gonna meet?
They met at the park. No, they didn't meet. Oh, Norm left.
Yeah, we're gonna meet up. The point is, I do believe in like the roast show. Like, I think I can be self-deprecating and roast myself, or we can roast other people. I've tried to create a Pepe the roast room. Just some people, based on their behavior and personalities, they are so worthy of being roasted that you have to take time and create space to roast people. Otherwise, this app really is ridiculous. And by laughing at the roast, there is a catharsis, and you realize that we're all just mortal men who will disappear in a few hours, and this is all a huge waste of time and low IQ dumb people talking about nothing. And Resistance is the perfect example of a low IQ dumb person who wastes all his time talking about nothing.
What do you think his morning ritual is? Because you explained yours. I like to do a little kind of Marcus Aurelius style meditation on what I'm going to accomplish in that day. And then if I get to it, I record it either in notes on my phone or with a pen and paper. And then I'm happy if I do 50% of it. What do you think he does?
I think he probably wakes up and looks at his phone and maybe has a Newport and maybe gets a coffee from the bodega and probably smokes a joint, something like that.
I also find it amazing that he has so much energy and time for the Palestinians, but you never hear him actually like talk about civil rights or black power or anything like that. He's just very focused on the Palestinians, which to me is very suspicious. So much so that like he doesn't even talk about himself. He's like a Puria. He's like a Soren where there's nothing personal. It's always just go on the attack against Jews. Pro-Pally. It's like, holy shit, like you are basically a record. There's nothing else etched on your record except for one track. We can flip it over and it's the same fucking thing on the other side. It's like, who are you? What happened to you? Why are you so miserable and one-sided? Do you not have different dimensions of your personality? Do you have no other interests in life? Do you read books? Do you have anything else to talk about? Like, who the fuck are you?
Is he still in one of your rooms?
Yeah, it's basically an NPC.
He's still there.
I tell you, he's a sadomasochist.
How is he still listening to that?
Because we're roasting him. He likes it. This is his whole thing. He's a bird. He's a peacock. He's a peacock, and now we're cooking the peacock, and we're about to eat the chicken.
I want to go and see where. Bring him up. What does he do for a living?
Resistance, go to the other room, the El Normo Puria show, and we'll bring you up if you want to. If you want to talk.
He might actually be a career criminal where he just robs.
Well, I just don't man willing to like sacrifice
Yeah,
their whole
Zach,
life
if you
to
want,
just, like,
if he wants to
protest
come up and
things? Like,
talk, you can
do you make money?
engage
Like,
him.
do you invest in self growth, learning? Like, I don't get it.
You hear these questions, Resistance? The people want to know more about Resistance.
And PC, that's a good summary.
He's listening, but he's not coming up. He's not coming to this room. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is his roast. He's laughing right now, I bet. He probably really likes it. Because people are paying attention to him. Normally people
I
dismiss him.
can't find the room that he's in.
You don't see him in the other room, the El Normo movie?
Who are you talking about?
We're talking about this dumb Schwartz on the Upper East Side who he's a criminal and he's a low IQ dingbat. His name is Resistance.
Oh, no, I think he left.
Oh, it doesn't show it. Anyways, yeah, then we're talking about, a spook. A spook!
You can get much more attention in a positive way if you use your fucking brain and if you develop some skills and you talk to people normally, you get way more attention than the attention we're giving him now. Maybe you can work on that, figure that out. It's pitiful. Like he's got a goal, right? But he's only doing
Is this him, Jason? Is it Jason?
Some people don't realize that not all attention is good attention. And he's one of them. It's getting attention in the right way. Like he says,
I mean, he was dropped on his head as a child. Clearly. Right. That's the bottom line. I mean, I think that he was probably neglected or abandoned by his father and neglected or abused by his mother, or maybe no, simpler than that. He was just dropped on his head. Well, maybe so.
Yeah, but anyways, it doesn't matter. I mean, to continue to psychoanalyze him is a waste of our time, and thus he's winning. So that's the problem with resistance fighters is they're like flies who just keep coming in and distracting you from your life, which should be joy and bliss and happiness. Unfortunately,
cooperation as well.
terrorist flies like that exist, and that's why it's important to set up. It's important to set up fly traps, and eradicate them before they infect your life with their misery and their larvae. I know they're just, looking for a food source and maybe a little affection, but it's important, to kill or be killed. Well, assalamu alaikum, everybody. I gotta go to the mosque to do my prayers for Ramadan. This fast has been exhausting. It's a joke. Anyways, there's not much more to talk about now that we've completely roasted the resistance. Fruit chicken, barbecue for everybody. Hope you guys liked it. I hope there's a New York steak in your future. Maybe some more barbecue chicken, coleslaw, corn, whatever.
I think you hit the nail on the head by saying that it's not very complex to psychoanalyze, so it's not even interesting. Like we just exhausted just him. How can you exhaust somebody, the totality of somebody in like 5 minutes? It doesn't make sense.
That's why I say he's like a one-track record. It's the same side on both sides. There's no variation in who he is, what he is. It's just like Puria, aka Soren. There is no individual there. It's just a non-playable character. It's a shell filled with a propaganda ghost that just constantly communicates propaganda. And that's all it is. There's no actual individual there. He's a completely unindividuated or self-actualized person. He's a moron.
It's a proof for the black pill. Like it's saddening, to come to these realizations that other people that we share so much with, like live in that modality. I don't know. It's pretty hard to swallow.
There's a lot of people like him. They're really unhappy people because they have no flavor. They have no spice. They have nothing nice. They're just sad, angry, miserable people. But I'll tell you the truth. This is the flip side of it. I think that a lot of these free Palestinian men who are projecting like strength in the Free Palestine movement, I honestly think they're trying to get laid. Because like if we're just animals and we're always constantly virtue signaling or peacocking, it's there's always like an underlying sexual like element to it. That's my opinion.
Sneaky fuckers, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, it is the most subversive way to get laid. It is so fucking subtle, but I think that's actually one of the components is what's happening when these people communicate virtue signal and use symbols. They're essentially trying to draw attention to themselves, and the truth is, if you're constantly trying to draw attention to yourself, you're peacocking. You're like a bird doing a dance for other female birds, and you're trying to essentially get laid. That's what I really think is happening. And there's gay men that do it too. I see these gay men with these upside down triangles, and I'm like, do you want me to look at you because you're a faggot? Ugh.
Well, I think maybe all men do this, but the question would be, how do you go about it, right? Like, what's your peacocking? Is it a expensive car that you can't afford? Is it being a bully, or is it being an upstanding person? Like, what is it? And I guess I don't know. He has a goal, but he's only doing it 30%.
But that's an ineffective peacocking. If you really want to peacock, you just have to have love in your heart, in your mind, in your soul. Like love conquers all, and that's the truth. Is like if Resistance became Al Green and started singing love songs, he would have a lot more love in his life, figuratively, literally, materially, and that's the truth about love. If you study love.
Powerful. Love and kindness is very powerful. See, as men, we all have different mating strategies, and what Resistance is doing right now, that's his mating strategy, and doesn't seem to be working out too well.
Well, we don't know what it's like in his real life. I mean, it's probably not good, but if we were to look into his phone and look at his Hinge and his Bumble account, and we were to see all the chicks messaging him, I think we all might actually be a little shocked and freaked out that so many women are, even communicating with him. But the thing is, I mean, in real life, if you meet him on a date, I doubt he's going to go on the J derangement syndrome route on the date. He might, but I doubt it. I think when two free poly people meet, they actually drop their racial identity politics, and they probably become like semi-normal. Again, we're just doing a psychoanalysis, of what a bunch of what ifisms. It would be fun to create fake dating profiles. Like one is free poly, one is pro-Israel, one is pro-Kamala, one is pro-Trump, and see how the communication exists. Because a lot of these NPCs are just empty vacuums on the inside.
Dude, if you had the fucking wherewithal to do that, like you'd have to be a hero if you could do that. Like it's to not get overly depressed by all the stupidity and shittiness and people not walking the straight and narrow, I guess is the expression, or just being lost. Like it's okay to fuck up because things are difficult, but it's watching a car crash in slow motion, which I find almost unbearable. So how would you do that, right? Talking to all these different Kamala and what you just listed. Like, I guess you're more curious than me.
Well, women put a lot of things in their profiles. Like after Trump won, all these women like deleted their profiles or modified their profiles because now they're actually against the government, and not many people want to actually show that they're against the government per se. But anyways, you could also do a poor man, rich man profile. And in some pro dating profiles, I've put down that I'm the vice president of capital markets at the Federal Reserve. or JP Morgan Chase. And
just like everyone else on Clubhouse.
and when women see that, you work in Wall Street or something, they do actually respond very positively. But then the funny thing is, when I meet them in real life, I forgot that I said I was the vice president of capital markets at the Federal Reserve, and then I changed it to just like a generic thing, like property manager or something. El Normo, we're talking about psychoanalyzing the mating rituals of free poly people like resistance and women who are, pro-Palestine, free poly, free, destroy Israel, basically genocidal psychopaths and their mating rituals on dating apps or here, or basically how they peacock and communicate to the outside world.
Hold on. I gotta stop you here. Are you saying there's a strong correlation with people who hate Israel and polyamory?
No, I'm saying that within the free Palestine or destroy Israel psychology, there's a psychopathology or a psychopathic index that those people are actually most likely violent individuals who do not have emotional equilibrium, that are easily gaslit and potentially dangerous people. They are toxic people, like what Zach was talking about. The 5 type of people you never want in your life, they're one of the 5. Because if you're so pro anything, you're an all or nothing person. That means you have no diversification, no balance. You can't actually let it go. You are a toxic person that most people do not want to correspond with, and thus that's why you're on a dating app, because you're undateable. No one can tolerate you for more than a one night stand.
That makes sense. Thank you for the explanation. I didn't think about it that way, but it seems like
It's just liberals. It's just liberals. I mean, if you're a guy that dresses up in a dress and puts lipstick on, and you weigh 100 pounds, and you're 5'11", you're a sick human being. Physically you're sick, mentally you're ill. I mean, you can go to gay parades in February on Pride Month or whatever the fuck month Pride Month is, and
so these people would fail the put the right hand in the box test, I guess, as well.
yes, they are not able. They are not mock. That's a good thing that you brought up, because they're trying to do that, and they think they're doing that. But what they don't really realize is that there is no box. There is no pain.
I'm going to make some observations about people that don't have control and their desire or leaning towards multiple sexual partners.
Listen, patience and kindness is actually not inherent in a lot of these
Do you
people.
think so? On the bottom, the sociopath, narcissist, psychopaths are probably more likely to have multiple sexual partners rather than monogamy. Is that kind of an approximation of what you were saying?
I don't know if that correlates, because that's really what's under the sheets. It's so hard to know those details. Sorry, I had my mic off. I was saying, I don't know if that correlates. It's very hard to know what's happening under the sheets, because a lot of people never even get to under the sheets. It's all just like superficial, monkey talk. So, anyways, psychology is interesting, especially when you're discussing people who are really extreme and they don't present any balance. Like Resistance is a very good outlier. I mean, he goes by the name Resistance. It's a smart name, give him that. But in my opinion, there's a huge critical component of his psyche and his personality development that is just not there. Really understanding balance and equilibrium and silence, compassion, kindness, respect. Those are the people who can have actually intelligent conversations, who wait till the other person is finished speaking. If you listen to an El Normo and a Poirier room.
If I could, wisdom real quick.
Go ahead, Keegan.
Are we not just all complacent in this world, right? Are we not just all the pure nature of our existence, wisdom?
No, see, wisdom supersedes pure nature. Your baseline is stupid. Without books, without a large language model system or an expansive vocabulary, you're just a dumb motherfucker. And I will outcompete you with words every day of the week. And thus, you'll just be put in an inferior position. Words are communication, which is hypnosis. And if you have very simplistic, stupid words or you get emotionally distraught in a communication, you lose the debate. And this is a competition of words. And don't think that you can't rise to power because you're good with words. Many politicians, many business people rise to great lengths, heights of power because of their ability to communicate wisdom or to essentially, utilize marketing and advertising, technology.
Do you think Trump uses pretty intelligent language?
I think he has a very profound natural instinct for gaslighting, and he's been doing it like even before the internet was probably doing it.
Yeah, his flow is incredible as well.
Yeah, he's a student of Kabbalah. I don't know if you know that, but you can Google this and look this up. But his mentor was it that lawyer? But anyways, they were essentially students of Kabbalah. Kabbalah is just 10 Sephiroth or 10 words. Beauty, victory, hidden valley garden of delight, crown, wisdom, kindness, friendship, strength, justice, severity. These are like big concepts. And so what I'm saying is it's a lot simpler than you think it is. And it's really just rudimentary, archaic, symbolic psychology. It is, pre-psych. This is like medieval psychiatry or medieval psychology. And it's very basic and simplistic. And, I don't think it's negative. There's nothing negative in it. It's all positive neurolinguistic programming. It's PNLP as opposed to NNLP, which would be negative neurolinguistic programming. Be careful what you're listening to. Your ears are the channels to your holy temple, to your throne room, your brain. And if you just come on this app and you listen to toxic people go on for days and weeks and months and years about the same topic, holy fuck, you're essentially slinging shit all over your throne room. Elon Musk calls it cognitive security. And if you go to Adrian Dittman right now, on X, he is no longer creating live spaces. Why? Because he's in a tremendous position of power and responsibility. And if he was to go on X every night and sling shit into people's throne rooms and his throne room, his credibility in the government would be extremely eliminated. It would be destroyed. So be careful what you listen to. Be careful what you say, because if you're a piece of shit, your aesthetic, your interior design, it's your shit. Like shit in, shit out. Does that make sense, Keegan?
No, that makes sense. My question, I have two questions for you, and you can tell me if you want both of them at the same time.
Just go for it.
Individually. Which one?
Ask them at the same time.
Okay, first one is, so Elon, what about him begging Ashley St. Clair? That's my number one. Number two is that, I just want to know if that's putting crap in the throne room. Number two is, if I know that people are slinging crap around and they're crappy people, what should we do about that? Should we call them out? Should we put them in camps? What should we do?
Yeah, for Elon banging Ashley St. Clair, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I heard him in an X room saying that he never pulls out. I think he's, a schmuck. But when you have that much money and you know that each child, is going to get 10 million, 20, 30 million, like, you're like, okay, fuck it. Like, I'll have more kids because I can afford it. And I'll just have to go past the morality and the ethical aspects. Because, he's probably bipolar or manic. And a lot of manic people go out and do a lot of fucking. And then going on.
Also, Genghis Khan, like, just
yeah.
had so much offspring. I think either me or my wife are like a descendant because my child has that weird birthmark.
You're a gypsy, actually.
And if you're that powerful, like and you're a man, you probably sleep with a lot of women and impregnate them. It's not.
It correlates to his power.
It's not even interesting to think about, right? Because it's so self-evident. Yeah.
Keegan, in addressing your second issue, what should we do about it? Concentration camps are not the solution. You are the solution. If you create a room on this app and you teach people how to meditate or you do anything spiritual or sacred, you will be creating equilibrium in your life and you will be creating equilibrium in other people's lives. I can't give you any other better way to do it than to say accept personal responsibility for peace in your life now. Accept responsibility for wisdom in your life now. If you can't accept that responsibility, I mean, then you don't get the point, or you're just insanely political and not spiritual. I would say, my sister one time said, politicians want to be philosophers and philosophers want to be politicians. You can be both if you want.
Hey, can you say Christ is king?
Christ is king.
What does that even mean?
I mean, you'd have to ask Keegan what that means. He just asked me to say Christ is king. I could tell you that, I don't necessarily, I don't believe probably in what Keegan believes, or, we have different opinions. But I would just say.
Just say me asked you.
Yeah, he asked me 2 questions in one question. But Keegan, I mean, I would just encourage you to read more books on Kabbalah, because I think you'll see that, or even Gnosticism, because I just a mystic, and I think anybody who thinks that he was Superman, your imagination isn't expansive enough. But it's all based on wisdom. That's the point, Keegan, is it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. Utilize the wisdom for your enjoyment, for your joy and your peace and your equilibrium and your progress and your power.
Well, wisdom, you might like, I did read a book a few weeks ago called Witches, Feminism, and the Fall of the West. And it's more of a story, not a story, but a book about paganism and how feminism is a form of paganism.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you would enjoy it.
I would say there's truth in that, but I would say in paganism there's liberation as well, because of, you could say that Western Christianity, I mean, look at the 20s and 30s in America. You could say it was the best at times, but you could say it was the worst at times. There was no sexual freedom. Not like that is a bad thing, but I'm just saying America was so chaste and so conservative, that I think you could make the case that because we no longer have that extreme conservatism, we have chaos. And I think what's happening around the world and even domestically is absolute chaos. I mean, I think Kamala was a chaos agent. Joe Biden is a chaos agent. I think Trump and Kennedy and Tulsi and Kash Patel, I think all these people understand the power of peace, and that is why they are there right now. And I don't think that they will break that peace movement and take us and escalate violence around the world. I think that we have to clean our kitchen here, and we have to do our lawn, and we have to do the home repairs required to keep America afloat, and plug the holes. And that means justice and ultimately victory. I mean, I think a lot of people in this country need to be arrested. That's my opinion.
Is this honest question here? I'd appreciate an honest answer. Is this the real Edmund, or is this a character? What do you mean the real Edmund? He understands question. Some people say the 1920s and 30s was the best time America ever done. I tend to disagree. I believe that the 1880s was the best time in America. You had the Industrial Bill. We were at the time expanding our country, gaining more territories in the West, and then we had, we were innovating at the time too. We were top of the world in technology innovation. So 1880s, people need to look up the time between 1880 to around 1895. We had about 15 years of complete dominance and success,
And it was 20 years past Civil War. You know, we were again there was the massive economic boom. We were we were killing it. We were killing it. And it was also the time of Protestantism making a massive wave in America.
Anyways, if you really know the teachings of Christ, you will live those virtues. I don't know if you know who Loyola is, but there's something called the Creed of Loyola, and a lot of Christians read it out loud because they want to incorporate that wisdom and mysticism into their life for the betterment of their life, for the betterment of their wife, for the betterment of their children, their community, their town, their city, their state, their country. That's the basis of joy is wisdom. So,
Can you help me out with what you're saying? Can you describe what you mean when you say wisdom, like in
it's technically relaxation. It's technically relaxation and peace.
Do you know? Have you read anything about Wu Wei?
Yes, the action of non-action.
Yeah. Do you think that's
100%.
Effective way of reaching goals?
Yes, 100%. Because you will reach your.
The opposite will invoke the irony of trying to achieve something too vigorously and then failing, or something like that. Is that a good approximation or explanation of the kind of the idea behind Wu Wei?
Alan Watts says it doesn't mean do nothing. It means accomplishing your goals by having no goals. It's called the Tao, which means the great way.
Called the Tao.
Tao, T-A-O.
Oh, the Tao. Yeah, okay.
You could say it's just God. You could just say it's God. You could say, God can be the God of peace, or God can be the God of war. If you want to win the war, you have to master peace. If you want to win the war, if you want to win peace, you have to win the war. It's always just a question of self, and it is a question of survival, but it is essentially a way to succeed in life through peace as opposed to war, because war is stupid. It's just dumb, and it's a funeral procession. But peace is much more complicated, and you can see on this app there is no peace, and that's because it's so fucking complicated. There's road ragers on this app. There's road ragers in their car, and they're completely satisfied being road ragers, and they don't understand the fruits and the benefits of peace. So that's why I force myself to read wisdom books, because I believe that peace ultimately prevails.
What do you think about the concept of cooperation?
If you can cooperate in peace, well, then it is real, true cooperation. But many people call it cooperation, but it's still not that.
You can only cooperate in peace.
There's a lot of people cooperating in passive-aggressive behavior, and it is so annoying.
That's compulsion, right?
Passive-aggressiveness, it's just lack of wisdom, lack of personal peace. It's fake, it's a front. It's essentially, inauthentic, inorganic. It's not the genuine article. It's very rare you will meet someone who is the genuine article. I've met real genuine articles in my life.
If this is the real Edmund, and I know the name, whatever, who cares? If this is the real Edmund, people have got you wrong.
I know, that's because I play the fool. And the fool, I'm an analog to people, to their stupidity. The whole thing is analog. Like, once I understood the term analog, a lot of things started making sense for me. But the whole thing deals with Fool's Journey. Playing the Joker.
Is analog like binary, like 0, 1?
It's just analogous. It's just analogous. Meaning, like, you could say Jesus Christ is the Son. The literal Son is the analog, to the King. If you believe that. To Jews it might be Moshe Rabbeinu. He is, the analog to, you could say, the ocean. Moses and water are is the analog. It's just the correlation, the corresponding symbols. Puria is, the yin to El Normo's yang. Together you get a show, you get some fireworks.
I'm gonna listen to this Puria that you've mentioned.
Isn't it true, El Normo, that Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal? If he goes to Poland, he'll be arrested.
It's good that you can read. I'm envious. I can only read like instruction manuals. I can't read like oracle concepts or truth. It's my brain doesn't process it properly.
Listen to it on audio.
You're probably going too fast. Like I was with this girl last night and we were reading the Tao Te Ching, and she was like, "I can't do this." I'm like, "You can." I'm like, "Just read slowly." And if you go really slow, you slow it down for your own mind.
I can't comprehend the words though. It's weird. Like I will be reading really slow, but my brain will not be imagining the concepts that I'm reading, unless it's something very direct, like how to fix something, how to build something. I used to be able to do it. Like I used to read fantasy and science fiction when I was in my teenage years, but I lost. Maybe I detrained myself or deconditioned myself. But anyhow.
You're not doing the reading with balance and silence. So one way to slow your brain down is to take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds. Put yourself into a trance state. Put yourself into a deep relaxation state. Command thyself to be relaxed. And then do the reading. And then you will literally be walking on the words and you will actually integrate the wisdom into your mind. That's how I do it. I slow it down with a hypnosis. So then you take the second deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Sit in the 10 seconds of silence. And then begin the reading. That's the way I do it. And I've, done this hundreds and hundreds of times, thousands of times. Because I create a lot of YouTube videos and I do it with this method.
Did you and I ever discuss lucid dreaming? I can't remember.
No, I don't think so.
Have you experimented with lucid dreaming? Are you someone who enjoys your subconscious?
Yeah, I have. I've done so much lucid dreaming, and
there's a whole dimension there, right? There's like a whole.
No, I don't. The more you do something, yes, it's quite easy for me. It depends on how much energy my brain has as well. And I swear to God, I entered a few different weird dimensions and experienced meeting these beings, but it was telepathy, and they noticed me because I became fully lucid in the space. And another time.
Yes, I have this very often, but I don't know if it's epiphenomenal. I don't know if it's just our brain or if it's actually something else.
I think it was only on one occasion, and I've seen some weird stuff, and I've done some weird stuff, and I know when it's my brain and when it's something else.
I think that's unknowable.
Taking responsibility for
that.
And so now you hear Lindsey Graham suddenly acting as if, he is against continuing with Ukraine. Because he was one of the biggest defenders. Because if you remember, it was John McCain that was one of the biggest
like astral projection
that was inside of the U.S. Senate. And then if you remember, around the time Uranium One and all these other things that relate to Russia.
It was someone of a
This
lucid
has
dream,
been
but it
going
wasn't.
on
It was
for
super
many
trippy, and when I
years.
woke up, I just felt like I hadn't slept in 100
all
years.
of
My
it
body was like
is
so sore.
under
And
they take the
I
issue and
experienced
they
some
use
crazy
the
shit in the
issue to
future.
get through the
And
campaign.
then it was,
Then,
I
after
don't know
the
how many months
campaign is
later, and I
over,
mentioned it, and somebody
they
was like, oh, that's
will
actually quite
take up, okay, so for
accurate
example,
in terms of what they're
Republicans
trying
always
to do
talk
to
about
me. Some crazy
being
shit like
patriotic,
this.
or they use the American flag,
But that's not only like,
and then they
of
call
course
it
you get some
conservative.
weird trippy dreams where you
And
think, oh
while
yeah,
they're
I'm sure I saw
calling
my
it
dead grandmother,
conservative,
but that one
they're
was like
positioning
very, very
policy
peculiar. I think that will stay
for
with me
something in
forever, that one
regards to
as well.
Russia
And
or
I believe
Ukraine.
that my
And so while
consciousness
they're doing that, everybody
experienced
is just
moving in
so
space and
focused
time,
on
and I
conservative,
got to see
patriot
another
American flag
consciousness, whether it was
that
me
they're not
or
really paying attention to what's
like I
going
just
on
touched the web of
or
it. It's
questioning
really hard to explain, and
even
it's super,
of
super
what they're
trippy and
doing.
amazing.
So let me say this. Lindsey Graham, who is number one Trump supporter in the world, from what I've heard and read,
Distance and time being, not non-linear, like past or future, but I don't know. This is too much.
More like a different dimension in space and time, you know? Like it can exist now because time and space is just, yeah, it's not linear. It's super, super, I can't even pull off the word I'm trying to say for it, but you know what I mean.
It's ineffable. It's ineffable, basically. That's the fancy word to describe what our ability to describe experiences, but
Well, it's also that thing that has been discovered that human consciousness can exist in different dimensions. Now, whether it's in the same time or you're only restricted to the dimension you're in, I don't know enough about what they found out, but I know that the statement is human consciousness can exist in different dimensions.
See, this is one of those types of conversations where I think it's really just like kind of useless. I mean, you'd be better off like teaching a class on relaxation. So I think these conversations are like infinite loops and they're just circular in nature and you guys are just like chasing the tail.
Infinite regress, right?
Yeah, you guys are just like eating your own tail. Like it is the symbol of the Ouroboros or whatever it is, the snake eating itself.
I agree.
So let me try to do some positive PNLP, positive neurolinguistic programming. I will read from a book called Aphorisms, and I'll read about action. And these are just sentences attributed to famous people, but it is a meditation. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go. These are your aphorisms for the day. The world is beholden to generous mistakes for the greatest part of the good that is done in it. One should never wear one's best trousers to go out and battle for freedom and truth. No great man over complains of want of opportunity. To be a leader of men, one must turn one's back on men. Courage ought to have eyes as well as arms. Except a person be part coward, it is not a compliment to say he is brave. A great part of courage is the courage of having done the thing before. Some men have acted courage who had it not, but no man can act wit. Courage is a quality so necessary for attaining virtue that it is always respected, even when it is associated with vice. It is better to wear out one's shoes than one's sheets. We work not only to produce, but to give value to time. Living movements do not come of committees. In order to act wisely, it is not enough to be wise. Beware of all enterprises that require new clothes. I do not believe in a fate that falls on men however they act, but I do believe in a fate that falls on men unless they act. A man who has to be convinced to act before he acts is not a man of action. You must act as you breathe.
It is not given to the children of men to be philosophers without envy. Lookers on can hardly bear the spectacle of the great world. Action without a name, a who attached to it, is meaningless. There is no quicker way of getting the crowd to shout Hosanna than by riding into the city on the back of an ass. Our actions are like rhyme games. We fill out the rest of the lines with whatever motives for the actions we please. If a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing badly. Men are much more apt to agree in what they do than in what they think. It is intelligent to ask two questions. Number one, is it possible? Number two, can I do it? But it is unintelligent to ask these questions. Number one, is it real? Number two, has my neighbor Christopherson done it? No sooner do men despair of living forever than they are disposed to act as though they were to exist for but a single day. It is the mark of a good action that it appears inevitable in retrospect. Pliny leaves mankind this only alternative, either of doing what deserves to be written, or of writing what deserves to be read. The strength of man's virtue should not be measured by his special exertions, but by his habitual acts. In times when the passions are beginning to take charge of the conduct of human affairs, one should pay less attention to what men of experience and common sense are thinking than to what is preoccupying the imagination of dreamers. The most advantageous negotiations are those one conducts with human vanity, for one often obtains very substantial things from it, while giving very little of substance in return. One never does so well when dealing with ambition or avarice. Next to knowing when to seize an opportunity, the most important thing in life is to know when to forego an advantage. The secret of all victory lies in the organization of the non-obvious. There are exceptions to all rules, but it seldom answers to follow the advice of an opponent. In skating over thin ice, our safety is in our speed. Diplomacy is to do and say the nastiest thing in the nicest way. It is unfortunate, considering that enthusiasm moves the world, that so few enthusiasts can be trusted to speak the truth. Vilify, vilify, some of it will always stick. Every honest man is a prophet. He utters his opinion both of private and public matters. Thus, if you go on so, the result is so. He never says, such a thing shall happen, let you do what you will. A prophet is not a seer, not an arbitrary dictator. A man may devote himself to death and destruction to save a nation, but no nation will devote itself to death and destruction to save mankind. Bring outnumber, weight and measured in a year of death. Romantic ruthlessness is no nearer to real politics than is romantic self-abnegation. Okay, that's my hypnosis. Hope you enjoyed it.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be.
Did you know that you can have permanent teeth in just 24 hours? That's right. Only 24 hours and your new smile is ready.
शिव हरि नारायण
Om Guru Jai Guru.
don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to.
love Jewish.
Please, please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big co-
You believe aliens came from Adam and Eve? Do you believe Adam and
Please don't scroll.
He said that he is living on Social Security disability in a rent subsidized apartment in the Upper East Side.
really?
He was also found guilty of attacking an innocent Jewish man in the street. He is a complete and total piece of shit.
Oh my gosh, thank you for this. That's something I think we all need to know. Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment.
don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a
Okay, everybody, welcome to Meme Movie. Go to Meme Movies on YouTube. This is my new YouTube brand. I'll be creating memes exclusively for the meme community using AI. So it's technically AI memes. Do you like memes? I love memes. Okay. Okay, everybody, welcome to Meme Movie. Go to Meme Movies on YouTube. This is my new
Okay, everybody. Well,
time to not plan its future when we know that the bottom line is security. Without a security, it's almost impossible to implement any kind of economic, project anywhere in the world. And we had the case of Yemen and the Houthis and Saudi Arabia. It is proven time and time for decades that Saudi Arabia is not able to offer security to foreign countries, including the United States.
I'm just trying to
case of Aramco, probably you remember 2019, what happened. Almost half of the Aramco refineries stopped because of the trust to Aramco. And at that time, you remember Trump was actually in the White House, and the leadership of Saudi Arabia back to U.S. for support and do something about that attack to Saudi Arabia Aramco facilities. But reality was that the United States did not do anything about it. Even the fact that they received billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia for decades, for 50, 60 years, but they didn't do anything about it. And I think that was the time the Saudi Arabia leadership seems to me that decided to shift from the Western alliance to a little bit to Eastern alliance. We have now the case of the China, as you probably know, that are investing in Saudi Arabia, and some of the the deal which is going on between Saudi Arabia and China is actually through the local currency, the yuan currency, shifting from the dollar petrol to yuan. So don't you? And also we have a rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia. The relationship is normalized again thanks to the Chinese, managed to bring these two countries together. But how do you see the matter of security? Do you think that the Saudi Arabia is able to, implement all of this plan without considering the security concern that down the track in years to come, probably if they do not consider the geopolitical implication of this plan, meaning that there are other regional players in the region, including Yemen. I understand everything's cool at the moment, but at any time, the Yemenis resistance movement can re-escalate the territorial dispute that they have with Saudi Arabia or any other matter. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That security that you need for your economic project can easily be undermined by the players in the region. And surely the concern of Israel, rapprochement with Israel definitely undermined that security, very security that Saudi Arabia needs for its economic plan. My point is that if Saudi Arabia decided to somehow normalize relationship with and treats Israel as a normal state, the other players in the region not going to welcome that, and they're going to bring security issue for Saudi Arabia, which is going to undermine the economic plan of Saudi Arabia in the decades to come. How do you see that?
Elias, you here?
Yeah, he got busy. He will talk later. I changed my PTR. And this PTR, the top of the Red Sea has those two fingers, one to the right going to the Gulf of Aqaba, and one to the left going to the Suez Canal. If you look at these two islands on the bottom, that is the entrance by these two islands, the entrance to the Aqaba, Jordan and Aqaba. On the right side of the picture, that's Saudi Arabia. On the left side is the bottom of the Sinai Peninsula. If you look at these two islands called Tiran and Sanafir, these two islands. These two islands belong to Egypt for centuries. Haphazardly, all of a sudden, voluntarily, Sisi woke up one day and said, okay, guys, those two islands belong to Saudi Arabia. Because if you look at it, they are on the side of Saudi Arabia. They are not on the side of Egypt. However, they belong to Egypt. They are property of Egypt. But Sisi decided to relinquish the ownership of these two islands to the Saudis who are on the the Big Island and the Sinai Peninsula will become international water for the Zionists to be able to go in and out. That's part of the Neom project, if you heard of the Neom project. It's in that area on the right side of the picture. The Neom project is completely funded by MBS. This is the money of the Saudi people. He's funding it, and the whole entire project is to serve the Zionists. It's not to serve the Saudi people. And that project, that town, that village or his building, it's going to have its own constitution. The Saudi law does not apply to it. They removed from there a family called Al-Huwaitat family. And the Huwaitat family been living there before anything called Saudi Arabia or the Saudis, Al-Saud, the royal Saudis. They did not even exist when that tribe was there. They have to evacuate them. They have to expel them out of their lands. Bulldoze their grave sites. And that tribe is so big between Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Some of it is Saudi Arabia and some of it is Jordan. So he had to evacuate everybody living in that area so he can build that project for his Zionist brothers and the occupiers in Palestine. So this is the game. What's happening is an old plan. It's not a new plan. When Saudi Arabia normalizes,
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content.
took place before 1948. It's a declaration of the Saudis, declaration of the Emiratis and the Egyptian, all of them. All these countries are agents. All these governments are employed agents by the Zionist regime. They look like us. They speak like us. They talk like us. They eat like us. And their skin looks like our skin, and their tongue speaks in the same language we speak, but they are not from us. They are from the Zionists.
What would their motivation be for doing that? Why would they do that?
Those were bitches sitting around, and they were brought by the Zionists. For example, the British army that took Palestine from about 60,000 ground troops from Egypt, Egyptian soldiers, plus the Indian soldiers, because India was still under them. So Egypt was under the control of the British. Palestine east of the river and west of the river was also Palestine under the British mandate, and they split it in half, and they made Jordan the right half, the east of the Jordan River, they called it Jordan. West of the Jordan River, they called it the West Bank, and they made a new country there. The British did that. Same thing in Syria. The French mandate split Syria into two parts. One of them called Syria, one of them called Lebanon. Lebanon did not exist 100 years ago. So this is what they did. It's all around the Zionist project. To serve the Zionists, for the Zionists, by the Zionists, of the Zionists.
So how does all this serve the Zionists, though? How does the Zionists benefit?
How the Zionists benefit from what?
From everything you just said.
Normal. Listen, you are a gaslighting bitch. I'm not gonna entertain your bitchhood.
Okay, well, putting that aside, what's the rationale for what he said? How does the Zionists benefit from the British making Lebanon, Syria, and Egypt? How does Zionism benefit from that?
The Zionists naturally, Rosie, can you close your mic, please? The Zionists naturally, they cannot sit without exploitation. They are superior. They are God's chosen people. They have to control everything. So they think and plan, pre-plan. They are proactive, 100 years ahead of not just 2 days or 3 days or the next year or next 5 years. No, they are way ahead of everybody, and they try to exploit places they go to. They try to cause wars. They try to cause mischief wherever they go. They love blood. They love people fighting. They enjoy that. They love
How do they benefit from everything you just said? What's the motivation?
There's sick ideology, man. I think that's sick ideology.
But what is the ideology? How could you describe?
It's to have dominance over the whole world. And we see, for example, Israel is the
very tiny country, right? One of the smallest. The Arabs have like what, 22 countries, and they have all the oil. So if the Arabs got all of the oil, how are the Zionists winning? I don't see.
Because they
Right?
even
Even in the chat. Sorry. Why are the mods deleting your messages in the chat?
because they are mods and it's their room. They can do whatever they want.
What do you mean? It's a simple question on what you were saying. You have the ability to be smart as well. Why don't you choose to be smart instead of stupid? Why? So, wait, so if the British let the Arabs have all the oil, how is the British somehow being manipulated by the Zionists? Help us to understand. Why do they give all the oil to the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, even Iran? And Israel got zero oil, and it's this tiny little country.
Okay.
It's not just tiny little country, it's an army base for USA. What are you saying?
Sure. It had the defense forces because it was attacked a bunch of times by various countries. But I mean, aside from that, how come the other countries are much bigger and got all the oil, right? And they have more people. How is this little country somehow controlled? Like they have magical powers or something?
Like they said, again, it's army base of US. Whatever the military power US has is being and can be and will be and has been utilized over the time.
Well, Qatar and Saudi have U.S. bases too.
And not just US, all the US allies.
The money of the oil actually is not shipped back to Saudis or Kuwaitis or something. They ship some of it shipped, but the rest of it is staying in the U.S. banks. They're not actually shipped back to the Saudi. Here we go, guys. This is your money. No, it's staying in U.S. banks and British banks. They're not completely under the control of the Arabs. They give them something here and there, but they don't really have control over it. This is one. Second thing, they say the
Why would the Arabs agree to that? Why would the Arabs agree to this if it were true? Why would they agree to that?
Normal. These things happened while you were grown up and adult.
You're not making sense, man. If we own the media, why the fuck would we allow the propaganda to go on? That don't make any sense. Why would you guys delete my messages in the chat? Are you guys that weak and insecure? Are you that afraid?
Weak and insecure.
Shut the fuck up, you
Shut the fuck up. There is no room for mockery. So, Normal. Let's go back to the conversation.
I'm here.
Yeah, there was so much hue and cry. People slapped each other in nets today.
I didn't slap anybody.
Look at the video. I'll show you. 1 second, okay? Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to watch that and talk to you about it later. But let's talk about stuff that we got. Like, let's say right now, Israel said that
today. 1 second. We're talking about what happened today. Okay. So just.
Okay. Well, I haven't watched today's video yet. Yeah. Why the fuck did we? I can look at it later. I can't look. Okay. Thank you.
No. Watch it. And tell me what is happening there. Why they are.
Okay. I'll watch it.
Why they are asking for an impartial inquiry on October 7th? Is it not obvious to everyone what happened on October 7th and who did? Why do you need an inquiry on this?
To figure out what happened. Obviously.
Well, you are yet to figure out what happened.
Yes, that's right.
And how many people you have killed?
You mean in war?
How many people you have killed?
You mean in war?
No, not in war. how many people have?
Well, Israel declared war on Gaza, right? Because it wants the hostages back. Don't you think we have a right to declare war if they take our people, including our little children? What would you do?
Who took it?
The Palestinians.
No, it was not Palestinians.
From Gaza. Yeah, the Gaza.
No, it was not. It was on Gazans.
Well, they're there now, still.
Who was it? Don't you know that your country has already announced it was Hamas?
Well, Hamas are Palestinian, aren't they?
No, but
aren't they in Gaza?
Every Palestinian is not Hamas, is not carrying weapons.
Maybe not. Well, you could be in Hamas without that. Maybe not. But you could be in Hamas without having no weapons. Does everybody in Hamas carry a weapons?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so if you're in Hamas, you must carry a weapon?
Yes.
What if you're in, well, did you not know that Hamas also controls the food and the medicine and the schools and the administration? Hamas is also a political entity. Did you not know?
Going by that logic, is it fair to drop atomic bombs in Israel, Tel Aviv?
Who's going to drop an atomic bomb?
Whosoever whom you are killing.
Now I'm confused. They took our people, and now we want them back, and they refused. So what should we do?
Okay, let's build the argument from it. They took your people. Are you sure?
They took our people.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure that. Yeah, 100% sure.
Why do you need a partial inquiry?
In fact, they filmed them taking these.
Why do you need an impartial inquiry in this? Why there was a...
I told you to find out what happened, sir. I told you before. You went backwards instead of forward.
Not sure what happened.
Well, we're sure about some things and not about others.
Nothing. So
right.
There may be things may have happened which you don't know. Maybe it's being behind the hostages. Maybe it's being.
That would be impossible. Because Bibi, that sounds impossible to me. If Bibi were behind the hostages, we could easily get them back. Have you noticed that Hamas is returning? Have you noticed that Hamas has been returning the hostages? And they're making a negotiation about them? So that means they have them, doesn't it?
Happy and healthy. One more propaganda. Happy and healthy hostages. How many hostages have been raped?
According to the hostages, quite a few. Too many.
None.
Well, according to the hostages, they disagree with you.
No, just show me the.
Okay.
Show me the testimonies.
Okay. Well, they're public. If you care.
Show me the testimonies.
So let's go back to what you said.
Show me the testimonies.
Well, have you looked for them?
I did,
sir?
And I found them.
Okay. So Google the following.
One of your hostage saying that.
Yes.
I was with the impression that I will be raped, but they didn't rape me.
Well, I have had many other hostages saying that they were raped.
How many hostages have they beheaded?
Well, why do you ask me whether they were beheaded?
Because the major campaign your country and AIPAC was doing was they were beheading Israel people and they were raping children.
Right. So did you see any of the video that came out about October 7th?
There were lots, and the
okay, you saw a lot.
The mainstream media took it back and said there was no beheading of children.
Okay. Did you see the video that came out that the Hamas terrorists and other Palestinians filmed of themselves doing these unspeakable things? Did you watch the video? Because they filmed it. Did you see the film?
They filmed it. They filmed
themselves.
They filmed it. One second. They filmed it.
Yes.
They showed it to the world. Said, see how cruel we are. Do you think that's stupid?
Yes, very stupid. And suicidal. Do you agree? Suicidal and stupid. laughing at you too. I'm laughing at you too.
How can you be
I'm
so?
laughing at you as well.
The video footage that you're talking about, Mr. Graham, there's no indication of beheading of the babies. Do you have any video that shows beheading the babies? You haven't watched yet?
Why do you ask? Why do you ask?
Well, what do you mean, why do I ask? You claim that...
Why do you ask?
Because you claim that the baby's been beheaded. Do you have any proof?
No, I never claimed that. When did I claim that?
So you claim it, you take it back.
When did I claim that?
Do you claim that the baby's been beheaded by...
I didn't claim that.
So
No, I said that... No, I was just pointing out the atrocities were filmed by Hamas as they did them. Including lots of
so-called atrocities have been filmed. Any of them shows that the baby's been beheaded? Because apparently...
Why do you ask?
What do you mean, why
do you ask?
Why are you alive?
Why do you ask?
Why aren't you dead? What sort of question is that?
Because God loved them. Because God loved the Jews.
No, because you're claiming that these people video everything that they did on the 7th of October. Obviously,
I didn't say they videoed
that children's been beheaded.
I didn't say that they videoed them beheading children or all the atrocities.
Okay, do you believe that the children's been beheaded on the 7th of October?
I'm not sure. I have to look at the evidence. Don't you? Okay, but they filmed the atrocities.
One more question.
Yeah. Well, can I finish my answer to the previous question? They filmed themselves.
We're just making mockery on.
No. You asked what did they do? They committed unspeakable atrocities. They locked families into the safe rooms and blew them up. They cut off people's heads. They raped people. They murdered dogs. They kidnapped.
You just said they haven't done it. You
haven't done what? Haven't done what?
They haven't beheaded and raped people.
No, I said they didn't behead.
No, because you're claiming that these people...
But they filmed themselves beheading a man with a hoe. I saw it with my eyes. Yeah. Okay. Was that good or bad?
You are not an Israeli. I'm not a supporter of Palestine.
I'm a Jew.
Let's try to be neutral.
Let's do that.
Same time. Let's try to be neutral.
Let's be neutral.
Yeah. Have you seen the recent prisoner hostage exchange?
Oh yes, that was atrocious. That was uncivilized and barbaric. That was ridiculous. And I think the whole world felt that they were dancing like in a celebration when they returned the little coffin of the children that they kidnapped and murdered with their bare hands.
They were not doing this. They were not doing something like that. One second.
Yeah, they were. It's on video.
They filmed hostage hugging. And
Well, no, these were coffins of little babies. Beavis babies.
There was a tragedy, and that happened because of your bombardment, not because.
Well, I'm talking about the dancing around the coffin.
If
they took children out from school. They did kill them. They strangled them.
Do you have a basic understanding? If they have to kill them, why would they take care of them? Why would they?
Who said that they? Well, they didn't take care of them. They murdered them with their bare hands.
No, they
like monsters. Well, apparently
your hostages were your hostages not healthy? Were your hostages not healthy? Were they healthy?
They weren't healthy. They were tortured.
No, they were not tortured.
They were tortured.
They were not monks in their bodies. They were not monks.
No, you're wrong, sir. You're in denial. You're denying reality, sir.
So, is it brutal? Is it brutal to torture a prisoner?
Yes.
Is it inhuman?
Well, I would say what Hamas did is inhuman, yes. Sure.
What would be the punishment? 1 second, keep Hamas in Israel.
Yes.
What should be the punishment for such a force who tortures, rapes the prisoners?
Well, I need to know more details than that. Who's doing what to who?
I thought you talk in the neutral ground.
Let's do that.
Let's
do that.
Let's say, for example,
Let's talk about
taking prisoners
Iranians seem like very brutal, depraved, disgusting people.
We're talking about Irish army.
You said Iranian.
We're talking about any XYZ army. Let's not name it.
XYZ army.
Yeah.
Okay. What did they do exactly?
They took prisoners. They
Yes.
took people, imprisoned them.
Were the prisoners guilty of crime? Were the prisoners guilty of crime?
No.
Okay. So you're saying somebody is detaining innocent people?
Yes.
Okay. What is the purpose of this detaining?
To make their miserable life, to make their life miserable, so that they will either die or leave the place.
Okay. So in your view, in this hypothetical that we're discussing, one party is completely innocent and has done nothing, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've never heard of such a thing in reality. Okay, is that fair? I'm incomplete? I'm incomplete? Are you complete?
What punishment the force deserves?
What force are we talking about?
A hypothetical force.
Hypothetical force? Okay, they're like, say, an army or something? Like Genghis Khan, right? Should we talk about Genghis Khan?
Let's talk about
I'm trying to.
his army imprisoning, his army invading a country.
Yeah, they did that a lot, right? They did that a lot, right? Genghis Khan did that a lot?
Molesting people,
yes.
Sexually harassing people.
Yes. That's Genghis Khan, right? Yeah, so what was Genghis Khan punished for?
What should be done to that army?
I'm trying to figure out, get some details. Are you talking about Genghis Khan or the Chinese?
No, I'm trying to figure out how much humanity is left in your heart and mind.
You know what? That's funny. I'm trying to figure out how much humanity is left in your heart. Is there any humanity in your heart?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So if somebody kidnaps little babies, what is the punishment for that?
Oh, if somebody kidnaps my family member,
not your family, neutral. Just kidnaps so two babies and a mother, say, with red hair, just to give you some visuals. What's the punishment for that?
The punishment goes as per the law.
Okay, and what's the law say?
So if the law says imprison them back, or if the law says hang them.
Yes. Okay. All right. So what if they don't give them back? Then what should you do?
You try to rescue them.
Okay. Good. So we actually, I guess we're on the same page.
Yes. Till
Now,
now.
what if the people who kidnapped them said,
give me the situation.
Hang on. What if the people who kidnapped them say, okay, we're going to do this again and again and again? Do you let those people who say they're going to do it again and again, you let them live, or do you kill them?
If somebody kidnaps my family member,
we've just completely figured out the Israel versus Palestine conflict.
No, not yet.
I think we have.
But you haven't.
Okay.
You're beating it around the bush.
You gave me a situation.
You gave me a situation.
You and I just agreed. Hang on, let's go back. You and I just agreed that if somebody kidnapped your people and promises to do it again and again and again, then we must kill them. We just agreed on that.
Yeah, I do it.
Okay. So that's what's happening. Until they stop. That's exactly what's happening.
Can you? No. People are
Yes.
No.
What?
Can they go?
So Hamas? Well, let's break it down. Hamas kidnapped the people and said they would do it again and again and again. Right?
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. It's on the record. They said they would do October 2nd.
Can we open the records?
Yes, 100%. Hamas kidnapped these people, killed a lot of them. Yes. And said they would do it again and again and again. They promised.
Perfect.
Yes, they did, right?
Someone does it. Someone does
children did not die. Ever in history.
Now, don't shield, don't, try to shield, take the shield of the war. Earlier, we reached a conclusion. If a party is killing, kidnapping, one second, if a party is killing and kidnapping children, innocent people, again and again, they deserve death, right?
That's right. And that's what we're doing right now. Correct.
Well,
Right. So now we understand the current situation.
1947, how many children and how many innocent people has been killed by Israel's regime in Palestine?
In war?
Are you in war?
Yes.
With whom?
Well, we're at war with Fatah, the Islamic Jihad. Hang on. Let me answer. No, I'm giving you the answer. Let me give you the answer. Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Fatah, Hamas, Hezbollah. I'm trying to think of other things. The Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. They have declared war on the record, in writing. So they have declared war. So we're fighting.
Okay, let me be on your side.
Thank you. Thank you.
So when you are in war,
yes,
kill, imprison, humiliate, starve.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, and I have no supporters.
In which children did not die? I cannot think of any. That's why I asked you. Maybe you know of one. In the human history, has there ever been a war in which children did not die? I asked you. If you know.
This is your
I agree. No.
Is this your answer?
This is my no. It's a question. It's a question, not an answer. Is the answer no? No, it's a question. Has there ever been a war in which children did not die? Yes or no? That's the question. I can't think of any.
How can you blame Hamas? Then how can you blame Hamas?
For kidnapping? You think kidnapping is kidnapping a part of war? Is kidnapping a part of war? Because in the civilized world, it is not. It's a war crime.
You guys are not civilized. You've been kidnapping people from the West Bank and Gaza for decades.
Right.
One second.
So if you have any answer, please subscribe.
If you can't name a single person, you just made it up on the spot. Yeah.
Not.
I'm here.
We were on the same ground.
We are on the same ground, but there's a weird person who just came in and interrupted. With weird comments.
Nobody even
We have a strange person denying that Israel kidnaps human beings.
I didn't interrupt.
What?
I didn't interrupt.
Nobody interrupted.
No, the other fellow did.
Fine, he's not interrupting. He's on mute. See, don't change the goalpost.
We know one of those listeners are streaming in another room. Did you know that?
I did not know it.
That wisdom guy.
And no, they didn't finish it for him. Those motherfuckers are liars. And I know Judah, don't bring your Catholic ass in here trying to argue with us. Yeah, I'm gonna call the Jewish apostle that masked up as universal Catholics. You know, I'm tired.
But let me say this. Real quick to him. Jesus did, he went so many different roads. One thing he said, he tasted here for a certain amount of time. He went to Egypt. He went to the Buddha. He went to the Aztecs, the Maya. He went somewhere everywhere. But when he he didn't get a chance to record, come back and tell his whole.
I'm gonna give you the best example. Captain Marvel on the Avengers. Remember, she's like, I can't be here all the time. There's a lot of places that need me. No, it's Marvel. It's Marvel. Her name's Marvel.
You can look it up. I don't know if you've seen the
Captain Marvel.
You haven't seen the movie.
That's a dude, I guess.
No, Captain. No,
It's a girl. It's a girl too.
Yeah, but it's a girl. You haven't. Yeah, it is Marvel. You haven't seen the movie.
But the superhero's name is Captain Marvel.
Oh, if you see the movie, they tell you it's Marvel. Like it was literally a line in the movie. Like, please shut the fuck up.
It's a girl and a boy.
God damn, I'm not making this up.
In the cartoon movie, it's a girl. So yeah, she's not lying.
I'm just saying, I never heard it pronounced Marvel.
Oh, okay. No, it's just a girl, Lou. It's two different people you thinking about.
No, okay, so Captain Marvel, the DC superhero, they switched the name because of the copyright issue, so they changed his name to Shazam. Captain Marvel, the female character, is a whole new Marvel character.
Regardless, that's what I'm talking about in the movie. So I was just showing an example of she's like the most powerful one. She has all the powers, and the little disciples have to do it.
But you know what's crazy?
What?
Understand Thanos when the villain was actually thinking
like this to this.
Nah, you're bugging, bro.
No, I'm not B-pointing. No, I'm not begging. Let me tell you how I know. Because he was trying to restore balance into the universe. The Avengers did one thing.
Deciding half the universe.
Where he says,
hey, sometimes you gotta make sacrifices.
It wasn't selective.
Consistently get assassinated or
random
genocide called for humanity
No, okay,
to
so
come together.
It was
Captain Marvel,
wanted to eliminate.
DC,
No, it wasn't. He just randomly.
they switched the name because of their copyright.
But the new Captain America movie, I like it, but then I dislike it.
I didn't see it. Don't tell me. But let's get back to the stuff.
America about to be different.
I'm gonna say it's the reason why Islam doesn't like Jesus, Judaism doesn't like Jesus, and Catholicism, aka Christianity, makes Jesus look like a big joke.
And
The more they diminish his role, the more they let you know, they tell you this ideology that you are God, we're all gods.
I don't believe that.
I know you don't, but that's what they preach to people.
I mean,
they're wrong if they do.
What do you mean if they do? They do. You got people like John Hagee and Benny Hinn.
Oh, they're not Catholic though.
They're Christian.
but I will say this.
Protestant evangelicals.
No, it doesn't matter. There are still Catholics that preach this. We are all made in the image of God, therefore we are God-like.
We are made in the image of God, but we're not.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
God told the people, he said, who was he talking to when he said, let's make man in our image? Who the hell is our?
He was talking to more than one entity.
Right. In our image. No, there's no Trinity, you dumbass.
I mean, more than one God. He was talking
No,
Right.
there's three.
No, he was talking to a council. It says it. Go read the Bible. You loser.
Why the insults?
Because you don't know what you're talking about. See, this is how you know white people stupid. No disrespect. But you don't know your own language, bro.
Thank you for the clarification, Oscar. Yes, senor.
But
No, it doesn't matter. There's no.
Get you mixed up with those classy white people.
Thank you. I don't want to be associated with Doc. Like,
You should have seen we had 4 drunk white guys on stage after they brought fucking, who was that dude? Kraft or what was his name, Jazzy? Some Kraft or some. Then we had Dr. Adams. That's a white man, basically. But you know what? You know what's funny though? You know when they messed up in the Bible? How you say nobody knows what Jesus looked like, but then you accidentally put in the Bible that he was copper colored? How that work?
That's at the end.
That's what I'm saying.
That was when he come back. he was talking to the Trinity. No, he wasn't.
He was the skin color of bronze, not copper. They're the same color. No, they're not.
Oh, I don't think that description is describing a physical attribute.
They did. They said his hair was like wool as well.
No, not in texture. It's white to like wool in color.
Okay, but that's a descriptor.
They still have.
It wasn't a physical descriptor.
You ever seen an old black man's hair? It's like fucking sheep's wool. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, but don't say nothing, Sig. Because white people come from the Middle East.
It says burnt bronze, not bronze. It says burnt bronze.
Yeah, white people come from the Middle East.
Yo, BHI has really done a job.
No, remember, the desert produces pale people. What do you mean?
That is a fact. That is a fact.
That is not a fact.
I'm just trolling.
Right. These niggas come from the middle of a cave somewhere. They trying to say they from the Levant. That's why I don't like Catholic people, because they established their role through Babe, the Venerable, right? Writing his fake ass Anglo-Saxon history in the church. Y'all niggas don't belong there.
The Anglo-Saxons are very anti-Catholic.
It don't matter.
But why they?
How they anti-Catholic and their shit was ran by Catholicism?
But also too, the Pope.
You sound crazy.
The Pope worship a black woman. so what you mean? He worshiped her.
Wait, who worships who?
The Pope. He worshiped a black woman inside of the church. Go look it up. Go look it up. It's a big old picture of a black lady with the baby. Go look it up. I'm not lying.
I think you're referring to the Black Madonna.
Yes.
The Polish icon. Yeah.
Yes.
That's mainly in That's a Polish thing.
Oh my God.
Look it up. It's the Black Madonna in Poland.
I know who she is. I know who she is. My dear sister. I know who she is. Yes, I do. I mean, we know what Jesus looked like, and we also know what God looked like. Beautiful.
So the Black Madonna is in where?
In the Pope Church. Yes.
That's the Virgin Mary.
Yes.
Well, there's a bunch of Black Marys. There's several in Spain. I saw one of them actually in the countryside of Spain. There's quite a few.
For real?
Yeah.
Now, we'll be overplaying one, sister.
I mean, and also too, when you go to Europe, you go to South Europe, you see a big old black statue in the middle of the street.
I can't remember the history on the Black Mary. I thought it used to be about the Moors being in Spain, but I think that I was wrong. When I looked it up, I think I realized I was actually wrong. There's some other reason that they were black. It's not about, I don't think it has anything to do actually with like the color of the skin. It's something else. There's some other symbolism or something.
But would you agree that us melanated people have some type of presence there?
Yeah, the Moors. That's what I was thinking, but it's not that. I'm telling you, that's what I thought it was, but then I looked it up.
You thought what?
I thought the Black Mary was about Moors, but then when I looked it up, I remember reading that I was wrong. There's some other like reason.
Are you saying Moors were not black?
No, what I'm saying is, like, when the Moors, there used to be a land bridge from, like, where Morocco, goes to Spain, and they literally invaded from Morocco into Spain, and, like, most of the architecture, a lot of the architecture you see in Spain is actually Moroccan architecture.
But Moor has nothing to do with Moroccan.
No,
they're not interchangeable. Yeah, it's not the same.
But also too, the Moroccos, they were black too beforehand. But we don't know.
Oh Lord, we gotta stop saying this. We do.
That's just where they cross.
But this is the annoying thing. So for example, they'll say, "Oh, all these people were not black," but then you look at black people in America, we all look different, different shades, very light, very dark. We're all black, right? They're like, "You're all black," but then when we say, "Oh, all these people were black," they're like, "They were not black," because I don't know if they think black means dark or what, but it's funny how there's no differentiation in between the blacks in America, right? Or the Africans on that. They're all just niggers. So that's why I say it's very funny. Like I don't like talking about this.
You're American thing. Like black Americans look completely different than like African, like Nigerians and stuff.
But they'll tell you they're all just black.
Difference. Yeah, right. They're ignorant. It's America. We're all retarded.
Yeah, we are. Even us.
If you watch the original, like, Gladiator, Morgan Freeman was walking around in his turban with the blue, like, cloak on. He was a Moor in that movie.
Yeah, I remember. That was a good movie. He whips out the telescope, and the Europeans like, "Where'd you find that technology?"
Oh, dude, they were super advanced.
Very dark. We're all black, right?
I remember that movie we got from.
Yeah, well, black people are like, "We taught you how to wash your ass." They don't even know if they come from that group, but they usually talk about the Moors because they're very clean, and that was a Muslim thing. The Moors taught Islam.
I'm a descendant
about Muslim.
You know, but the thing is, Jazzy,
Islam has nothing to do with being a Muslim.
Yeah, but you gotta read the Seven Seal Quran, not the Holy Quran.
Right.
Because the Seven Seal Quran is completely different.
I agree, and Muslim is completely different from Islam too.
I don't think they're synonymous either. His turban with the blue cloak on.
You guys explain that. A Muslim adheres to Islam, does he not?
So good this whole time you believe that you pray to a black lady?
No, there are different depictions in
that's supposed to be careful.
Marian devotion.
You can't say no.
But yeah, I think the Black Madonna is a very beautiful devotion. It's great. Yeah, it can. Matter of fact, I should buy a Black Madonna icon for my house. Maybe I should.
It's very mysterious too. There's like kind of a magical, like the Black Madonnas are also often tied to miracles and so there's a very mystical element to these Black Madonnas, and I don't even know if they actually 100% know like the full history of the Black Madonnas, and they really look like the actual statue Black Madonnas, like the one I saw. I remember it doesn't look like it's African. It doesn't look like that. It looks like just a regular Mary, but she's just like black, pitch black.
Wait, huh? She's saying that the painting doesn't really outline phenotype, right? It's just your standard depiction, but the skin color is darkened, and she.
Yeah, it wasn't a painting I saw. I saw an actual statue, an actual Mary at a church. She was at the where the altar is. She was there in Spain, and I just remember it was very small. She was like pretty small, and she was black, very black, but not like African black. It was more like just painted black.
Say that again, Ollie. She was like she was black, very black. She was like American.
I always believe that. Like, why are you saying black that way?
Right. Yeah, she's not a lot of. She's not African. She's right, black American.
No. She was like if you literally made a statue of me and made me black.
What you're saying is she wasn't black, they just made her black.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean,
I know it will make y'all feel better. That's what I'm saying. So listen, y'all. White people don't give up this. White people don't give up this narrative because it's almost like when they started making black Barbie dolls, so that black girls have representation. If they take away the whiteness from everything, white people will crumble. And I'm not just saying this. I hear it.
Because as we said, the Black Madonna is it's specific to Poland. The Polish people
is that black people came from Europe and white people came from Africa, and y'all did a switcheroo. I'm not bugging. They say Neanderthals came from Africa.
We don't care about them.
Because that's what y'all do to diminish. Okay, Holly, let me ask you a question. Holly, one second, go. Holly, Zipporah. You know who Zipporah is? Moses' wife. Anybody want to tell me where she was from?
From Ethiopia.
Okay, so why don't they ever talk about them in the Bible? Who were the Ethiopians in the Bible? Who are the black? Where are the black kingdoms? The Ashantis, the Malis, the people that show white people gold. Where are their stories in history? Why don't they ever talk about it? Can you explain to me, Holly? What do you know about the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa?
I guess because Jesus not go there? I mean, was he just mainly in that world?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a brainwashing technique, which is why we don't read the original Bible now. And I think the black Hebrew Israelites got one thing right. The white race are Edomites. You're Edomite.
God punished Miriam.
You're an Edomite. You're an Edomite. You're an Edomite. You are evil, and you're not even supposed to be here.
I'm a descendant of Esau. Help me again.
It's an Edomite.
Jesse's on one again. That's why everybody don't like us, because they know who we are.
Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you too, Holly. That's why I said we don't even have to get into the crux of it, because I'm going to get real nasty. But all you motherfuckers do is steal narratives. And it's very weird that they don't talk about the black narrative. They don't talk about where the fuck black people come from. Ain't no way we all crawled from out of slavery in Africa.
You know where black people come from?
I know where your mama come from. She come from a slave in your mama come from a slave in the Dominican Republic.
Yup, she come from that cave.
Yeah.
Dominicans have been
I think the black people is y'all are really Haitians.
80% of
You're really Haitians.
Yeah, you just
80% of
And it's funny. Cool. Isn't it funny that on one landmass, people are separated by skin color through a country border? You dumbass nigga.
Yeah, they do not man.
How come Haitians are stuck over there and nobody over there look like the people from over there? But you'll catch a few little black niggas over there on the other side. But I'm telling you, the caste system, no, Dominican Republic is a war zone, nigga. They just white, so people don't talk about it. The fuck, nobody wants to go to DR for real.
Dominicans aren't white. What are you talking
They are pretty much y'all mixed.
Yo, are you slow?
They're mixed.
Y'all not black.
Y'all not us.
They're not black. They're mixed.
Them niggas check off white when they come here. This cool. The most Hispanics. I will when you let me finish. I've been talking the whole time. You just been talking. So you know I'm gonna get ignorant. The most Hispanic city in Miami, Hialeah, is the whitest city in Florida. Y'all think y'all are white. You are.
Okay.
You're not black.
Let me explain.
And don't try to fucking cling on to the fact you're not white when you're trying to fucking be down with oppression.
The Dominican Republic, right? Haiti has its own ethnogenesis of its own. Wait. Separate history, different historical circumstances. Now, with respect
But
to
that's
the
what I'm telling you, it's on the same landmass. It's not a different origin. It's not a different origin.
Dominican Republic, Cuba, and
it's not a different origin.
You know what?
That's what I'm telling you. You're so dumb. Even when the Spanish people used to come over on their conquest with the conquistadors, they had so many races on the ships. Anyone that claimed Catholicism could come over.
Yeah, can you listen though?
So this is why I don't like Catholics. Y'all are brainwashed, bro. Catholics are brainwashed. You believe this racist ideology and you believe the stupid doctrine that they tell you in church.
You attacked me before I could.
I didn't attack you.
But let me
But
finish.
you gotta understand this.
They are not white. They're not black. They are a mixed race people. It's called.
No, you're not. You come from
See what I'm saying? You're using Spanish caste ideology on people.
Exactly, because that's where our.
Yes, because you're a eugenicist. You're a eugenicist.
Not us.
You just But then you're like, that's an American thing. Okay, so you still want to be European, but
No,
you're not making no sense, bro.
They're just as African as they are
No,
European.
they're not. They're not.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Can you let me explain? They've been race mixing for 500 years. 80% of Dominicans can trace back their ancestry to a Spanish man and an African woman. Okay, this is a fact. Also, the identity is not reliant on skin color. That's just not what it is there. And also, before you insulted me, I was going to say black people came from Adam and Eve like every other human being.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. We didn't come from them.
You don't
Adam
believe
and Eve is who Jewish people came from.
Yeah.
Lilith was already around.
We've been here for over thousands of years. What did you
That's
tell
what I'm
me?
saying. We did not come from Adam and Eve. And you should know this because if you look in the Bible, right, there's only one group of people that emerged from this story, and it's not anybody else. Go ahead, Blake.
No, you're not making no sense, bro.
You love her.
I'm not down with the whole Testament at all. I don't think I'm an Israelite. I think I'm a.
She's a nigga nation.
You think that the white was coming from Yakub? You know who Yakub is?
Yeah, I know Yakub. He made them white people.
In the lab of the Congressman. Lab.
I ain't gonna lie though, like, I met this Eritrean lady, and the Eritrean lady was saying how they was making white people in Eritrea. Jewish people came from.
Test tube babies, pretty much.
No, she didn't. But she said they never turned white. They just light-skinned Africans.
These are my genetic ancestry results.
Look, let me tell you
I don't
something.
believe in genetics.
Let me say this to him. Like, let me say this to him.
Check your inbox. I got some funny shit, some Mayan shit in there for you, man. For the next community.
But here's the thing, though, right, my dear talking brother. This nigga go African. This nigga, that's the thing. You're not us. That's the thing. You come from African, man. Nah, he is us. No, he's
not. That's why Latina women, all of them got big ass booties. Because they are little Africans, bro. And the fact that they put Africa on blacks should tell you something. Africa is white.
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 You know what's crazy? Brazil has the largest population of black Africans outside of Africa, but nobody knows that.
Let me ask you this
And
question.
look at them masses.
Let me ask you this question. Why Dominicans don't like Haitians? If y'all claim to be
because I believe the Haitians occupied the Santo Domingo region until they rebelled. And I think Dominican Independence Day was the other.
The Spanish people kicked the Dominican people off, the Haitian people off their side.
And you know, it's funny, the Dominicans then warred with the Spanish and kicked the Spanish out afterwards.
No, I don't think so.
They did. Look it up. You guys can look this up. They kicked out.
Y'all just don't like.
They kicked out the rich Spanish people because they're still Spanish.
They kicked out all the Spanish. They kicked them out. They didn't want to be under the Spanish monarchy. As did every other country in Latin America. They all kicked the Spaniards out. They didn't want to be under the Spanish.
I think Spain is left. There wasn't enough to do there.
Yeah. Imagine.
No, there was a war that was fought, guys.
But you know, I gotta give it to that Haitian. So I gotta give it to them. They fought. I gotta give it to them. They some real niggas.
Because they was from here.
1844. Fight for independence. Shout out to my Haitian.
So that's what I'm trying to say. You mean to tell me these little poor-ass indigenous slave motherfuckers fought for their independence from Spain and they won?
Spaniards,
they kicked them.
Y'all sound slow. So how they even make it in there in the first place? They wasn't strong enough in the beginning?
They tried to reabsorb them, but they didn't want that either.
The French. Looking up the history, the Haitians were occupied by the French.
Right. But he's talking about when they ran the Spanish off because on the Santo Domingo, right, is where you have the split between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. It's the same land.
But yeah, Haiti was French.
It was Hispaniola at one time.
But I'm just saying, when you was there, I feel like, did they really not
Spaniards out of there. It's like, no, they got the French out, and everybody fucking.
Yeah, but afterwards there was a restoration war, and then the Dominicans kicked the Spaniards out after they got their independence from Haiti.
So going through the witnesses to put
Dominicans.
So the slave rebellion was in
The
1804.
Haitians were curtailed, and they
and
stayed where they were.
I don't think you
yeah,
know.
so the slave rebellion was in 1804.
No,
And
they're not.
then 1822 to
They are all the
1820.
same people.
Yeah,
First of
no,
all,
Haitians are
most of the people there in Haiti were mulatto.
98% African.
No, they're not. Most of the people in Haiti were mulatto.
Yeah,
They literally sent most of the mulatto people from France to Haiti, bro. They're the same fucking people.
The black supremacists in Haiti.
Man, you're right. You know what? The indigenous people are on the Haitian side, and the more Spanish people are on the Dominican
Here's the
side.
funny part is that the Haitians have little to no indigenous ancestry.
Yeah, because they don't have anybody to test. Hold on, Oscar. Oscar, you there? Because Oscar just found a whole group of natives from North Carolina that they enslaved and sent them to Haiti. So this is what I'm telling you, Goo. There's a lot of native tribes that they killed or erased. Yeah, you're right. They won't have no native DNA to test it against. You only got the 5 civilized tribes. So if you're not a part of them, you don't exist no more, dumbass nigga.
Yeah, that's it.
So I said you a fucking Spaniard, a fucking crash dummy, bro.
So according to genetic studies here, Dominicans and Haitians.
Bro, I don't care about genetics. Did you not just hear me tell you they wiped out a whole group of natives? There's no blood to test them again.
You let me finish?
No!
You don't want to hear that bullshit.
You know what? I'ma go. I can't believe I'm sitting here arguing with a nigga on a Tuesday at 2:15 p.m. about some bullshit he don't even know about. Go ahead.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Dominicans are mostly mulattoes of Iberian and ancestry.
Hallelujah.
Haitians do not share the same heritage. As for living in the same landmass, that was the reason for a lot of ethnic conflict.
But no, sir, that's a lie. Because when you go
He's
back,
absolutely right.
Let me elaborate. I'll let you finish the last time. Let me elaborate further. Hold on. Genetic studies show Dominicans, despite sharing an island with Haitians, are a majority Senegambian when it comes to their Afro ancestry, while Haitians are a majority Nigerian. Okay? So the Senegambian ancestry coincides with the ancestry of the majority of Latin Americans. So even when it comes to their African admixture, it's from a completely different area in Africa. They don't have the same genetic admixture. It's the truth. You laugh.
No. So you think the Haitians come from Africa? And you think this brother up here,
They were imported in by the
I let you speak.
Yeah.
The man just clearly just said it was people from the U.S. went to the Haitian island, right? So you can't say those people come from Africa and they still have African American DNA.
How did they wind up in Haiti?
Nigga, do you not know they had ships, nigga? Are you slow?
Yeah, the French brought the slaves there. Like what? Like I don't get.
But they didn't come from Africa. That's what I'm telling you.
Where did they come from?
They came from America.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're bugging.
So we don't lie. We don't lie now.
Killmonger, do you know how many Africans were brought to America?
No, let me tell you something. First of all, let me tell you something, Keegan. Let me tell you something. Listen. Would it make sense to enslave the people in Africa instead of going to another place and bringing a whole bunch of slaves to America?
The Taino people were wiped out by violence, disease, and they didn't survive enslavement.
Yeah.
So the population of slaves
And the
was
very
replaced from
little
Africa.
remnant of Taino DNA exists among.
No, it's a lot of us still here.
Not the Haitian population.
That's not. That was a lot of no. Here's the thing, though, right?
How else do you explain when you go to the DR there are a bunch of phenotypical differences?
But here's the thing, though. It's a lot of
That's not found. That's not found amongst the Haitians because they kicked everyone out. You guys kicked out all the Europeans. You have no European admixture.
But what I'm telling you is there's a whole lot of Tainos here in America too, and they still the same.
No, they're not.
Oh
Yeah,
lying.
and I guarantee you the people within the United States that have Taino.
They was here.
Let's change the topic. Anybody
Niggas
see
still
anything new
getting
that Trump did? No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I just read a statistic.
No, I don't. We don't care. We don't believe in stats. We don't believe in genetics or DNA. I believe I got royalty inside my DNA. I got. You feel me? That's what I believe.
You know what's crazy, Jesse? I think if
we was kings.
If you told people you were Dominican, I think
we was kings. Niggas think I'm Haitian.
Nah.
They do.
You could be Dominican.
I could be Dominican or Haitian because it's one island with the same people.
I just explained. No, those are they're two different people.
They're the same shiny skinned people.
One just lighter. That's it.
So can you tell?
And shiny skin.
So wait. So you mean to tell me that you can't tell a Haitian from a Dominican?
Not a black one.
Not a black one. Shout out to my dark skinned Dominicans.
Well, even the black ones don't have the same.
Look just alike. First of all, I think you only seen a Haitian on TV. You must not know different Haitians. Right. I know Haitians that look just like Black Americans. I know Haitians that look hard faced.
And of course,
I know Haitians that look like Beyonce.
And there's no denying that there are some genetic overlaps. Absolutely, they share an island, right?
Yes.
But the standard, okay, is distinct.
No.
Yes.
A lot of those people.
The Haitians haven't been mixing for 500 years.
Yeah. To me, black people look all the same.
No, we don't.
No, they don't.
Come on, Killmonger, don't fall into this. Oscar, can you show them that group of native people that they enslaved in Haiti, man, from North Carolina? Because I don't think they understand what happened here in America in the 1490s. When Christopher Columbus settled here in the Americas, not America like the United States, but he kicked off something very brutal called the Native American slave trade. And, it was more brutal than the transatlantic slave trade. That's how they populated the Caribbean, was through the native slave trade. And they erased all those people, which is fine. Who gives a fuck? I'm just saying, stop saying like they don't exist. Because if I tell your little fucking mixed race ass that you don't exist, you're going to be pissed off. Well, all you are is just a little Spanish pawn.
I think that's the problem.
I think you're a Spanish pawn.
I think
you genetically sliced, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, you are genetically. You too many different things. That's why I believe in mixing.
See, this is racism.
We gotta keep this shit on code.
I keep it real.
And we gotta keep it American. When we start letting niggas from the DR in America, it becomes Americar instead of America. We gotta stop adding R's to the end of our shit.
The what?
That you want to be American or you want to be entirely black because they're exclusive.
It's time for Americans to accept that mixed race people.
We don't accept you mixed race. I'm sorry. We don't accept you. We're sorry.
Alright, can we
my DNA says otherwise. My ethnic and cultural and linguistic identity says otherwise.
Alright.
Bro, stop imposing your problems on the rest of the world. You're being an American imperialist.
The Taino people first moved to Haiti, though, right, dude?
No, they were in the Hispaniola. They were in Puerto Rico, and they were in.
Well, Hispaniola is Haiti.
Well, it's Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
Stop saying. You said no.
Yeah, it's an island. The Hispaniola is the whole island.
Right, but it don't matter. You said that it wasn't in Haiti, and it was.
So they were the Taino people.
No, they were in Haiti, yes, but.
And the indigenous name for that landmass was Hayati.
The thing is, Jazzy.
Hold on, real quick. Go. How did a bunch of people from Africa and somewhere else, after they killed all the native people from that land, who told them the name of that land? It wasn't written down in the language they would understand.
The reason why the remnant of Taino.
Bro, stop making shit up, and you still gonna try. You're an idiot.
The reason why it
barely even exists. I'm gonna leave again.
The reason why it doesn't really.
You're mixed. You're like Italian and something else, nigga. You have no right This is why I don't talk to immigrant children, immigrants. I'm not even being funny. Like, this is a conversation I'm not willing to have. Because all y'all do is mix breed and mix breed and mix breed and mix breed and mix. You too mix. No, that's not America. That's you.
Race mixing.
No, it's not. This is what you foreign motherfuckers doing. You brought that here. That's why we were separated. We're sick of y'all. You niggas need to go back home and mix races. We don't do that.
We don't do that in America. We're sorry.
Why do you think we keep our skin dark by letting whites in our damn coochie holes? No. We mix with nigga men. Nigga men. Nigga men mix with nigga girls. And we make nigga kids.
Listen, mixed race.
We keep it there next to nobody.
And also, I'd like to add that my Italian ancestors came here in like the late 1800s, so they've been here for a while. They
Okay, and
she's speaking about
I like to think that
my
Jesse
Italian
does
side.
this. Like
She's speaking about them as if they're newly arrived immigrants. They were here since the late 1800s.
Nigga, that is a short amount of time when my family been here since the 1500s. That's why I said, nigga, if you don't got no skin in the game, just say that. Immigrant boy, hey, just say that, nigga. You got here late.
I think you're just.
You been at the party, nigga. You just ain't not you gonna run the show because you're white, because you look white. No, fuck you. You goddamn immigrant mixed breed ass mutant ninja turtle.
you genetic slice bastard.
Do you guys hear this? This is really bad.
But here's the thing.
And you know, the Europeans are right. I think Americans really are disgusting.
But here
We are disgusting, but guess what else we are? We're not you. We're not the same. We don't do that mixed race shit. We don't do that. Let me stick my. No, that's a new thing. All of you immigrants, listen to me and listen to me closely.
I was born here.
You are an immigrant. You're from the Dominican Republic. You up in another country.
Spain, bitch.
You are.
I was born here. My mother.
Nigga, so what? I don't give a fuck where you were born. Your heart is in DR.
No, it's not.
Your heart is in DR, homie.
How?
His heart
And I don't get it. Like, you only identify me with one side of my ancestry. Like, what is this? This is
You talk about the black Sicilians you come from. You want to talk about that?
In fact, listen, I'll take it a step further. On my Dominican side, I'm probably a descendant of Christianized Moors. I think
the Moors were never Christianized.
Yes, they were. Most you're an idiot. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No. Let me finish.
Most conquistadors are Christianized Moors and Jews. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Can I speak? I want you to do one thing. I want to tell your Dominican family to put all the dark-skinned Dominicans on TV because I get tired of seeing you goddamn lighter-skinned peasants. I ain't no lie to you. I need to see my melanated brothers and sisters. And
they're not your brother and sister.
Yeah, my melanated brothers.
No, they're not. There isn't no distinct. Listen, like for example, the term Afro-Latino. Okay, this is preposterous. There is no Euro-Afro-Latino. It doesn't exist. Okay, the darkest skinned Cuban. Shut up. Hold on. The darkest skinned Cuban is no different culturally from the lightest skinned Cuban. Okay, they're both the same. Culturally speaking, they're both the same.
That's why I said they're not like a black American.
And here's the best part too, is that the white passing Cubans also have varying degrees of African admixture in their DNA and in their culture. Okay, so again, are they Afro-Latino?
No.
Are they not because of phenotypical differences? But again, that doesn't exist. There is no distinct Afro-Latino culture as opposed to a Euro. It's all an amalgamation.
They tell you it is though.
Well, they're wrong and they're self-hating.
I agree. Oh, listen, all the Spanish teachers at my school for Black History Month, they celebrated it just like they celebrated Spanish History Month or whatever. Hispanic Heritage Month. I mean, they know that they all are the same. It's us that don't get it.
It's true. It's true. We're all the same. largest population of black Africans outside of Africa exists in Brazil. But nobody knows that because of marketing. But that's the truth.
Everybody knows that, dude.
No, not everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Is Pele your black brother? Like, is he a part of your brotherhood? Like, this is retarded. Like,
you should be though. You should be though.
So here's the thing, when you say, Google, maybe not you, let me ask Keegan. Keegan, when you see somebody white, do you say my white brother or no?
Depends on the way.
See? So this my thing, this why I said black Americans gotta get smarter. You gotta stop accepting everybody because you ever heard all skin folk and kin folk? That's rude.
Look,
I do think
black Americans.
The Italians we shouldn't, but the Greeks we should.
Well, the Greeks. So there are some Greeks that look no different than Persians or Arabs. Like.
Yeah, but they're just not degenerates. That's what I'm saying. Like the only reason why I shouldn't accept Italians, they're just degenerates. But continue.
Look, man. Race, as it's proposed in America, which is an identity based on phenotype, really needs to stop, guys. Like, it's outdated, it's archaic. Black Americans are their own unique people. They have their own ethnogenesis, their own culture, right? It's an outgrowth of historical circumstances, of course, which is why they identify as Black Americans.
No.
White Americans. Yes.
No. Ooh, I'm about to show you something. I'm tired of showing y'all the same
Just
links.
as Black Americans should be treated as their own ethnic group. They are.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, black has nothing to do with Negroes. A Negro and a black are two different things. You know that, right?
I think the concept of a Negro is stupid to begin with.
No, click the link in the chat. Click it.
They're just not degenerates. That's what I'm saying. Like the only reason why I shouldn't accept Italians, they're just degenerates. But continue.
I want you to read it out loud too, because I don't think y'all get what I'm saying. Like the classifications of people change so much. Like we don't know what the hell we be talking about.
So if I understand that you're trying to say that,
first of all, your Italian people wouldn't even been white back in this time.
That's true.
They would have been labeled as black.
That's true. That the Sicilians at one point were labeled as black. It's true.
That's why I said stop trying it. It's skin color. This is a new thing.
Jazzy, this is why I think we should just retire those terms. Because it's just an ever-morphing, ever-changing terminology that's just applied for political purposes, right? So, do you think a newly arrived Venezuelan who looks like Oscar is of your ethnic kin? Of course he's not. Like, it's...
But that's what they've told us, Lou.
Yeah, and I think it's time that Americans stop internalizing the commands of the state.
The state?
Yeah, this is what's been imposed on people from the American government. Look, Brown versus School Board. When Brown versus School Board was initiated by the Supreme Court, the race became the official category of the mind for America, as opposed to ethnicity, right? Which was a more accurate description.
It wasn't accurate if they was calling everybody fucking black, Goo.
Yeah, and this is something
that's stupid.
It's stupid. It is stupid.
But I'm trying to tell you what's even more stupid is that when they use colored people, people get mad. But colored is more accurate, right? It's more, because then you can break off from there. What color are you, right? Well, we're brown. We're this. But to just like call people black and it's like y'all are all the same. Black is gonna unify people just like white is. So now you got people going by white that was never white before. It just don't make no sense.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We can't have it. Y'all be trying to have it every way. Like, stop even preaching what used to happen. Oh, well, in Hispaniola, they did this and they did.
Well, here's the point.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even freaking matter.
Like, look, the things that ain't black, white, they're fine as descriptors, right? If Doc bumps into me in the store, right, I'm gonna go to my parent, like my brother, and be like, hey, that white guy just bumped into me. But as an ethnic identity, Yeah, that needs to be retired because white is what is white? What does that mean? I can find Syrians that look like Doc. You know, is he a white guy?
Right? Get some more. Yes.
Yeah,
Because you gotta know what Aryan. You gotta know what Aryan means, man. That's why I said, like, what are you talking about, Goo?
I'm saying that based off of phenotype or skin color, that shouldn't be the basis of someone's ethnic identity or cultural and linguistic identity.
Yeah, I mean, we have like, like Uyghurs, right?
Like, for example, the term white, right? White equals European, right? In many discussions, right? Depends on what the discourse is. White is used synonymously with Europeans, and it allows certain people to appropriate aspects of culture and history. Unfortunately, like when Keegan was talking about how his ancestors initiated the Crusades. What is this? You're a Protestant in America.
Yeah, but we were Catholic.
Yeah, but not anymore. Your ancestors rejected Catholicism. You have no right to appropriate the Crusades.
I mean, it's not an appropriation. Again, I had my own family die in the Crusades.
Oh, really? You trace back your ancestry to the 12 and 1100?
Yeah, without a doubt, actually.
Okay, so you know the names.
Yes.
So you've had people fight alongside Richard the Lionheart, like you know about.
Yeah, I mean,
So you had family members that participated in the Crusades.
Yes.
That imposed Latin Christianity on the Levant.
I don't know if they were imposing Latin Christianity, but
well, you said they were Catholics,
the Crusades. Yes, but many, as you probably know, many Europeans fought the Crusades.
Oh, so you're just basing off of European descent. You don't really know that for sure.
No. We without a doubt have actual names of people in our family who fought the Crusades.
I find it very hard to believe.
Well, Europeans did really good job, especially if you had a strong family name at keeping records. And this is the fun part about being a European is that we're able to trace so far back.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
So you've had people.
But it's the same thing as.
No, because there are many people who come from various family names of aristocratic backgrounds, and even they can't trace their ancestry.
Real cool.
There's family trees, and then you have ancestry.
It's the same idea about Charlie as saying he's someone who said I'm proud for my family fought for the Confederates, even if I don't hold the same views of the Confederates, right? It's the same thing.
You don't know what the Confederacy meant. That's another thing.
I understand. But I'm just saying, as a Protestant, I can be proud for the Crusades that pushed back Islam on Europeans and paganism on Europeans. And I can be proud for my family being part of that. Same thing.
Okay, so who are the names?
I'm not here to dox myself.
No, that's not a doxing. We're talking about.
Was calling everybody fucking black. Cool. Yeah. Interpreting the commands of the state. That's rude. Look, E-R-O-D-R is rotating everything. don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day.
Interpreting the commands of the state.
That's right.
Look, you're right? It's more, because then you can. Right?
At least she treats me like I'm somebody.
Yes, but many as you probably interpreting the commands of the state.
Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporter.
No, they were not tortured. They were all silent. They were not monks on the arms. They were.
Okay, everybody, welcome to Mean Movie. Go to Mean Movies on.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying.
Great.